Good afternoon everyone and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of King's Quest VIII. Why is that tracking so awful? That is weird. Oh, it seems to have... It hasn't sorted itself out. What's going on there? I don't know. Sorry about this. Is it working now? I'll have to keep an eye on that. Sorry. It was working earlier. I wasn't expecting to suddenly have to look into something like that. Where were we? So welcome to the stream. I'm Robert and this is the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of King's Quest VIII. King's Quest VIII is the final entry in the King's Quest series, but for the fairly recent reboot they made of the series. And it's very unusual because the rest were all point and click adventure games, but this one has some, well, you can see it's not point and click, it's 3D over the shoulder. There is a first person view, and it's got some RPG elements, but it also has puzzle elements like the other games in the series did. What about progress last week? Yes, not last week, beginning of this week. Last stream we did actually make quite a lot of progress in this game. We managed to complete, surprisingly, 2 regions in one stream, which is notable because previously we had only been averaging 1 region per stream. The starting area, Daventry, took us, in the first stream we nearly finished it, there was a little left. Then in the second stream we finished off Daventry and did all of the Realm of Death. And then last stream, that is last King's Quest stream, we finished all of the Swamp and then went on to finish all of the Underground. Now at the time I felt like I'd spent about an even amount of time in each section, about 3 hours each. But I actually went back and looked at the footage, and that's not true. Turns out that I was actually spending about 2 hours in the Swamp and 4 hours in the Underground. So, yeah, for whatever reason, Swamp was really quite quick. Hey Set145, it's a pleasure to see you. How are you today? Also, hello Jenny. I'm surviving, thank you Jenny. Thank you for asking, I hope you're doing well. Anywho, so we've just arrived in a new region. We've only got 2 mask pieces so far, which is notable because there's 3 more out there that we need to locate. So let's get into it. I'm surviving, thank you for asking. Today I seem to be winning against the depression, but the PTSD is still persists, is still a problem. Oh, I forgot we have this ridiculous weapon. This weapon I ended up buying in the previous region, in the Underground, because the raw stats at the bottom were quite a lot higher than the sword I originally had. The problem is I didn't take account. I wasn't allowed to try out the weapon before I bought it, I don't think. And it turns out it is so slow that I think its DPS is actually below that of the previous weapon, and this cost us a lot. Anyway. Thank you, Jenny. Oh, okay, yeah, they are enemies. I just had a horrible feeling that I had just attacked a non-combatant for no good reason. Oh, and they drop healing items, which is fantastic, because that is exactly what I was worried about. That, is that a graphical glitch, or is that... No, that's just an object. That's a tree. Yeah, okay, they are attacking us. Interesting. So we get experience when they catch on fire. And it's not entirely clear why these ants keep catching on fire. I suppose just because it's a warm place. But then why aren't we catching on fire? Anywho, so the first job, as always, is to map the place. because we've never been here before, and I'm not going to be solving any puzzles until I know what there is here. Okay, we can't seem to interact with that, whatever it is. Well, I can't use the interact action. I could hit it. Doesn't do anything. I could push it. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, okay, so I think that's just set dressing. What I suggest is we just stick to a wall and make our way round, see what we find. I notice there's trees here, but not one of them has any leaves on, which is notable. It suggests that this place was a lot more verdant in the past. Oh, they shrink down to the size, well, a size only slightly bigger than a real life ant. Well, I suppose some ants are that big. Okay, dead end. I can't help but notice all the lava there seems to be around. I haven't tried stepping in it, but I'm assuming that would be a very bad idea. It makes me wonder, do you think that the lava's just here to, you know, make the level a bit more... What are they? Oh, I do not like the look of that. Yeah, that does a lot of damage as well. Let's think this through. I guess I need to swap to my ranged weapon here if I want to have any chance of surviving. Is that them defeated? I didn't get any experience. Okay. The problem is I'm using so many healing items here that this isn't really sustainable. Yes, so what I was trying to say earlier was, in fact, I think we've actually gone down to the exact number of healing items, that is the healing crystals specifically, that we had when we spawned in here. So I'm net... And less health. We're on less health than when we first spawned in this area, so we're net down. What was I thinking? Yeah, do you think the lava here is just here, you know, to make the level geometry more interesting, force you to have to explore in a certain way? What is that? Or do you think we're going to gain an item later on that lets us walk in lava, and so it's more an issue of gating what the player can access at this point? I assume that's an enemy. I've got to hop off here. Have a good one, everyone. Okie dokie. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm starting to doubt whether this is an enemy. Alright, I get it. We can't cross there yet. That's fine. Let me look at the map quickly. Okay. Oops. I'm starting to feel that overwhelmed feeling again. I don't think I've mentioned it for a while, but when we enter a new area, it can feel very overwhelming just how much new stuff there is to explore. No! Well, that confirms it. We're not supposed to touch the lava. I forgot what a tremendous long jumper Connor is. Maybe I should scoff about 20 mushrooms to get some health back. Amazing to think he's just eaten 20 mushrooms from about half health and he's still not on full health. Right. No. I don't like this puzzle. The game's controls aren't... Well, first of all, there's a few problems here. There's the amount of time that gets wasted every time you die, which is suboptimal. You know, it'd be... If it was a shorter animation and then the game just automatically put you back to where you were before you did the jump, that would be different. But, you know, with this load screen, it's quite a lot of time that's getting wasted here. Secondly, the controls really aren't precise enough for this sort of platforming puzzle. They just aren't. I can't help but feel that wherever this leads to, and I get the impression there's two directions we could go in, so it probably leads to at least two places. I can't help but feel that they probably are mandatory. I could be wrong. It's possible that at some point we can like pull some sort of sluice gate shut and then the lava disappears and then you can just walk all this, but I doubt it. But yeah, as I was saying, controls... Oh my goodness. The controls in this game just aren't as precise as you'd need for a puzzle like this. They're far too clunky. And even if that weren't the case, you'd potentially have accessibility issues. That even if we did have really nice... Wait, why were we running forwards the whole time? That was weird. Even if we did have really nice responsive controls that allowed you to precisely move the character, what if the player just happens to have mobility issues? That's not going to be very accessible. I feel like a better solution would be to do something they've already done in this game several times before, which is to do it like a QuickTime event. Hold on, I think I'm going to save every step along the way now. So every time I manage to make it to another stone, we save there. To save time. Still going to be a lot of reloading though. But yeah, like think about the puzzle we did when we were in the swamp and we were jumping from like from pillar to pillar, or where we were in the realm of death when we were making our way up to Azrael. Rather than using the normal controls, the game suddenly gave you these custom controls, which were far more fixed in the movements that allow you to do. But specifically, it was you just point in the direction you want to go in, press jump, and then the player will automatically jump the exact amount they need to. There's no possibility of falling off. That's what they need here. Because this isn't very compelling. The problem I'm having here is that a standing jump seems to be too short, but a long jump is far, far too long. What about a backflip? As ridiculous as that sounds. Better. Do we have to backflip the whole thing? Is that the general idea? It's looking a lot like it, isn't it? Well, I'm glad we found a solution that seems to be working a bit better. But it does feel a bit silly. Maybe I'll try a bit without saving every time. Nope. I wonder what that is. Is that the basilisk? Because we know there is supposed to be a basilisk in this game, don't we? Because of that recipe we picked up in Daventry, if I recall correctly.
A scroll of magical instruction for a spell of might.
Yeah. A lot of things wrong with this particular puzzle. It's not even really a puzzle, it's more a mini game, but yeah, this isn't well designed. If they had like instant reloads, which they could have done back then, if they'd designed the game a little differently internally, this at least wouldn't be as bad. But they didn't. That'll have to be a long jump then. In case you're wondering, the way you would do an instant reload would be you'd have to design all the data which is being worked on while the game is loaded. You would design that data in such a way that it can be written straight to disk as it is. It all needs to exist in one buffer, so that you can just start writing the buffer from one end to the other, as though you're just outputting a series of bytes, and it all needs to be in a format. I'm not sure there is actually anything over here. It all needs to be in a format such that that's a viable thing to do. So, for example, you would never store... that would mean that you couldn't use pointers in the data structures that are being used. You would have to use things like offsets into the buffer instead. But if you do that, then you can save the game by literally... Oh, and the other thing you'd do is you would just keep read-only stuff like models and textures and so on. You would keep that elsewhere. That stuff wouldn't have to be in a particular format. You could have like actual pointers and stuff in that stuff. But that would not... You would then... What you'd do... I know this game likes to keep a bunch of the level data on the CD, which it loads every time you go to a new region. But when you try and read a save, it would have to check, okay, is the currently loaded region the same as the one for the save file? And if it is, then I don't need to do anything. All that read-only data is fine. And then for the read-write data, the actual stuff which represents like how far a certain animation is through playing, what enemies are alive, which ones are dead, what's the location of the player, all that stuff. Like I say, that would have to all reside in one buffer that you can then just which you can then just read and write as a stream of bytes. Yeah, there really is nothing here, is there? Okay, that's fine. That's how you would set up... I say instant. I don't actually mean instant literally. It wouldn't be instantaneous, the saving and loading, but using that technology, you could, even back then, get saving and loading to be... As long as you didn't have a truly enormous amount of data that was actively being worked on, you could get the saving and loading to be, you know, like a fraction of a second. Oh no. That's a problem. Blast. That didn't go well. I'm sure I'm going to make progress here, but... Oh, I just had a thought. There possibly is a reason for me to go to the dead end there, just because it will fill in a bit more of my map. No, that's okay. Enough of the map is filled in that I don't think the extra little bit would be worth it. Oh well. Let's try and trigger that enemy again. There we go. That went a lot better. And let's save again, so that progress is saved in. Incidentally, the sort of technology I just talked about to get extremely quick saves and loads, that's, I believe, what id Software were doing in at least the Quake 2 engine. I don't know, I've forgotten whether they were doing that in like all the Quake games. Were they actually? Maybe I'm thinking of one of the source ports actually. I remember where I saw that technology used. It was in a source port for Quake 2. That's where I saw it. So I don't actually know if the original Quake games did that or not. They could have done, but not necessarily. But yeah, it's a useful technique if you're if you're if it's something that your game, if it's an approach which your game could reasonably support. And I have very little doubt that King's Quest 8 could have supported that sort of technique if they'd wanted. Ah, that's that beast we heard before, isn't it? I say heard before. Oh my goodness. What I really mean is saw before. Because we confronted it, didn't we? I'm just wondering, what is the point of this area? Like, they put all these platforms in the lava, and obviously I'm going to think that's something we need to traverse. And I was criticizing it as a little mini game because I genuinely think it's so poorly designed, and yet it's now looking rather like maybe there's no point to it at all, that they weren't expecting me to do it. But then why have it? I have to say, it's looking like this is nothing. But that strikes me as so strange. I kind of feel like they've broken the Chekhov's gun rule here. That's an idea from films, that you shouldn't include anything prominently in a scene that isn't going to turn out to be important. Ah, there is something there, I think. Okay, that's going to be a difficult jump to make, but I'll try. The problem is the jump that we need to make there, it falls into... I think it's too short for us to do the backflip technique, but it also seems too long to do the long jump. So we'll just have to make do as best we can. All these saves. I maintain what I said on the very, very first stream of this, that this could be remade to be really quite good without a lot of additional effort. Like, clearly remaking the engine is going to be a fair amount of effort. Like, it's not going to be, but it wouldn't be a lot of additional work to fix a lot of the rough corners. And significantly improve the experience, I think. Like, what were they thinking with this section? Why did they think this would be enjoyable with these controls? It's not that platforming games can't be fun. They can be fun, but you need to design them as a platformer. This game really is not suited to platforming. Greetings and good luck. Oh, thank you. Lovely to see you. DS6101. Oh, we've got an ad break incoming in a minute. How are you today? Let's try jumping from here instead. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting at all. That's suboptimal. Is there a possibility that I'm really not supposed to be there? Hard to say. I really can't quite tell. Interesting that landing on the slope's no good. That looked like a good jump. Thank you. Yeah, that last jump wasn't too bad. Maybe from there? I'm just thinking, like, what sort of angle would I have to be at? If landing on the slope isn't good enough, where do I need to be? Maybe I need to be on that one. That's irritating. I'm sure that's what Connor was thinking when he was being burnt to death as well. That's irritating. Oh dear. I do wonder how much effort it would be to remake this game engine. I'd need to know more about what the game's internal file format is like. Like, for example, presumably there's a scripting language being used here. What scripting language? Because when you think about it, you've got a video game, right? What actually is there that makes up the video game? There's graphics. They come into two major categories. Sprites, like these, for two-dimensional things, and 3D models and textures for the rest of the world. Textures are technically 2D, but you know they're but they're drawn slightly differently. Then you also have music, you have sound, and then to glue it all together you need something. You can either hard code it, or more likely they're using some sort of scripting language. And loading and drawing graphics isn't difficult. Playing sound and music isn't difficult. I feel like the hard part would probably be the scripting language, whatever they're using. Could be an early version of Lua, actually. So how long do I try this before I give up? Because I don't know if this is the intended path or not. I genuinely do not know. This could be exactly what the developers had in mind and they thought this was a fun little puzzle. Or, equally, it could be that they actually had a completely different way for you to get past that beast and I'm about to sequence break the game. I don't know. I really, really don't know. Hey Mealy, lovely to see you. How are you today? Let's get you a shout out, shall we, Mealy? Hello? Oh dear, that's not a good sign. Hello, game. I broke the game. I've definitely broken the game. This is fine. I just have to... Oh, wait, are we back? Oh, it recovered. Huzzah! Well, we've been saving like every 5 seconds, so it wouldn't have actually been that bad had the game broken and I had to restart. Oh, it's hard to imagine a jump much better than that one. Mealy! Long time no see. Pika 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 pika. Piku, I've missed you. Yeah, I've been busy with school and stuff. Oh dear. We've got the slowdown. I am going to have to restart the emulator. Although I am curious whether this works to my advantage in this one instance. I wonder if I'm going to be able to better time the jump like this. Wow. One more go if the game will let me. Then we restart the emulator. Learning lots? Brain expanding? Yes! Load please. No, game's not having it. Guess we're restarting. Big brain melee. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Quick, teach me something. If you add 9 plus T equals Pikachu. Interesting. Because the game crashed, it wants to copy all the data again. It does seem like there's... It must have some sort of flag that detects whether it's shut down properly before, but then having it copy all the data again if it didn't shut down properly seems like they're covering up a bug. Like, just because if it's read-only data, then whether the game shut down properly or not is completely irrelevant. $39? Alright. I won't have the slow-mo advantage this time. Yeah. Shall we say it's not possible? For all I know, I may be colliding with an invisible wall there. The only problem is, as I said before, if this really isn't necessary, if this really isn't something I'm supposed to do, then why did they put it in the game? It is such a massive red herring. Like, obviously, if you're going to put platforms over some lava, I'm going to think that I'm supposed to go there at some point. Funny thing is, as the crow flies, that would be a shorter jump. But I would almost certainly always overshoot. That scream was funny. Up! Yeah! Ah! I'm glad you enjoyed his screams, Pikachu. Doesn't seem like there's a wall there. There could be an invisible wall, but it doesn't seem like it. Hold on, I want to try a little bit more, but I won't spend many more minutes trying this. Ooh, actually, I wonder if I could have climbed up there using the grappling hook, now I think about it. That's another possibility. I delight in his screams. That's nice, Pikachu. So I'm going to stop trying to jump from the platform we're currently on. I'm going to head over there next and just double check that using the grappling hook wasn't an option that I missed. It is! Right, so this is necessary. Okay, that is partly on me. I missed the fact I could use the grappling hook. Like, that icon would have appeared on screen and I just missed it. But that changes things. If this is a necessary part of the game, which is fine, but if it is, then I go back to my previous comments. This is not an ideal position to be in. What am I supposed to do from here? Maybe I get some item later and drop it on their head? Game's not letting me go into first person mode. I wonder if I'd have been better off with a melee weapon. What? Okay, that was weird. Seems like we made some progress though. What was I thinking? Yeah, this game is just not... does not make a good puzzle because of how clumsy the movement is in this game. It's frustrating. That and the load times as previously mentioned. And the potential accessibility issues. If only yellow paint had been invented before this game. Oh, what? I think I've heard that expression before. To lead the player where they need to go. It's not that I don't think the player needs to be led exactly where they need to go. The point I was making earlier, when I wasn't sure if this was necessary or not to cross those platforms, was if those platforms genuinely weren't used in the game, then I feel like including them at all was wasting the player's time. Because they were bound to try to cross them, if you see what I mean. Now that I know they are necessary, I don't mind so much that they're there. Or the fact that, for example, we went the wrong way at first. I don't necessarily expect there to be just a neat line of platforms straight over here and none of the rest of it. I don't mind that aspect of it. What I mind is the fact that the game engine just wasn't designed with that sort of platforming in mind. Okay. I would hazard a guess that we need some sort of item to defeat the beast that we don't currently have. Why is that Flanders emote Pikachu? But this is fine. Like, I stand by my points about the platforming not being enjoyable, not being compelling specifically. But from more of a puzzle perspective, this is fine. This is a lead. We know that at some point we are going to be able to get behind that beast and do something useful. Right. Oh, hang on. I meant to put that away entirely. We need to backflip over all of the platforms now to get back. And then after we've done that, we're going to carry on trying to fill out the map. I know I should do what I did the first time when we got here, which is like save every time we manage to land on a platform, but I would like to have a go at least at trying to make my way back without save scumming. Obviously, if I fail too much, I will just save scum my way back. That was close. Good. Easy does it. Easy does it. Nearly there. There we go. It is possible. Right, let's save. Hey Alexu, lovely to see you. Frosty, hello all. I have been wondering, are cotton socks better than wool? Hello Alexu, regarding your query, cotton socks are often favoured for their breathability and softness in warmer conditions. Wool, however, excels in temperature regulation and moisture wicking, making it ideal for varied climates and activity. Each has its distinct advantages depending on one's needs. Hey Raina, lovely to see you. How are you today? if you don't mind my asking. Hang on, I should definitely have a weapon out. Because we know there's those things that like to spawn from the lava, those things. Whew. Is that an enemy? Is that some sort of giant slime? Oh, thank you for giving Rainer a shout out. Right, what is that? Are you alive? Nope. Oh! Well then. So that was the one end of an ant's nest. I'm doing okay, Elle. How are you? I'm surviving, thank you for asking. I'm winning against the depression today, but the PTSD persists. Ow! Oh, I'm under attack. From where, though? I missed where they spawned. Oh, there. Ah! This is quite bad. There we go. Job done. Well, we survived, and we're actually quite close to leveling, which is nice. That's a good idea. Let's give Pikachu a shout out. Oh dear, have I broken the game again? Game? Hang on, it recovered from this once before, so let's see if it will do it again. Hello? Have I really done it this time? Oh no! Pikachu, or Piku as they prefer, is currently navigating the challenging realms of From Software games. Their journey is marked for frequent demise, yet they persist with admirable determination. Recently they tackled Lies of P and engaged in cooperative play with a fellow streamer, El Magnifico Games. A true testament to their resilience. Ah, here we go, the game has recovered. Oh, is that some sort of village? We definitely want to give that a look. I gave one to Rainer first. I noticed, it was very good of you. Did I read it out? Maybe I didn't. Rainer appears to be a rather laid-back individual, drifting through the vast expanse of the Twitch universe with ease. They seem to enjoy a variety of games, though they modestly claim not to excel at them. Their recent broadcast suggests a preference for a more relaxed streaming experience, perhaps with a touch of suspense. Right, let's have a look at that map again. Interesting. Looks like there should be something over there, but I don't think there was room for anything over there. Laid back with Silent Hill F. I don't know. They seem to be, what's the expression? They seem to be, keeping a cool, calm mind as they played.
A weapon will not help me here.
Oh, it's another one of these puzzles. I'm not a huge fan of these. I don't know what the exact rules are going to be on this occasion, but this is one of those... Some of the platforms are going to kill you, some of them won't. And you don't know which. Oh, is this just a timing puzzle, essentially? No, don't turn around over here. Oh, I nearly had that. Or am I not allowed to jump over to the other side? I mean, I assume I am. Pikachu, Pinocchio says my nose is growing. What happens? It's a paradox. Pikachu, did you play Overture? Right, don't turn around. Oh, I did it. Alright, well then I'm clearly not supposed to jump on that bridge for whatever reason. Then what's the point of the puzzle? What am I trying to achieve? Just to be clear, I'm not turning Connor around myself. I just press the jump button and then he spins around of his own accord. Which I don't get. It's like... It's as though it's an invalid direction. Not yet. I'm still on boss number 4. Good luck. I know I just tried this and it didn't work, but there must be an explanation. Am I supposed to go over here instead? Well, what's going on there then? Triangle, star, square. No. Okay, we got away with it. I'm gonna write that down in my notes. I don't know what that triangle, star, square means though. What? I don't think that was supposed to happen. Triangle, star, square. And then 10? Does that say 10? Maybe I just need to visit every single one of these. Is that the idea? I don't know why, but it kind of reminds me of someone I used to work with. The posture, the overpronunciation, the tone of voice, very strange. Oh. What's that? Triangle star? Hold on then. Let's turn this into a grid and fill it in. And then perhaps from there I can figure out what the puzzle actually is. Frosty, when is a door not a door? Ah, Alexio, a splendid riddle. A door is not a door when it is ajar. Oh dear. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many deep? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the same as last time, I think. Yeah, it is. There we go. I can now have coffee. Fantastic news, Pikachu. Hang on. So that's triangle. Why do I hear drumming? Right, so it's... I wasn't expecting to find that one is all. Right, let's save. The nice thing is, once we reveal one of them as having a symbol on it, it stays in place reliably. Still not quite got the hang of it, do I? Did the exact same thing again. Oh dear. I'm just trying to make sure I visit every point. Actually, that's the point. I should probably be crossing off in some way the ones that I have visited, so that I know. That's a good idea. Okay, so I can jump back on this side. Hold on, I hadn't finished. Wait, what? Okay. Apparently that's a one-time puzzle? That seems unlikely. I must have hit a bug or something. Oh well, I'm marking off the ones we visited and they did nothing. Oh, that's unfortunate. Part of the problem is my brain is struggling to remember everyone I've jumped on, especially when I accidentally go in the wrong direction. Sometimes I take a diagonal when I don't mean to. Because I can't write them down as we're jumping. Utmost deliberation indeed. Frosty, do you have an estimated time of arrival for 3i/Atlas? Fiery platforms and death equals open and welcoming atmosphere. I can see it. I regret to inform you that I do not possess any information regarding the estimated arrival of 3i/Atlas. My apologies for not being able to assist further on that particular matter. Oh. Oh, I got away with it. No, that went well. I was able to rule out a bunch of them there. Fantastic. Right. Okay. Over here next. No! Okay, got away with it. Just. There we go. So that's triangle and star. How is the ant walking across the lava? I assumed that was a bug last time. Apparently it's not a bug. Probably should have saved, actually. Okay. Progress. I still don't fully understand what this puzzle is, but we're gathering information. I'm filling in a grid, so I know which are particular points of interest. Damn, that's going to cost me. Having to go back like this. Yep. Didn't really have time to do that. No. Try again. Right, this is what I meant to do the first time. But failed. Right, that rules out a load more. Right, I think there's 3 over there that don't spawn. Yeah, I think there are. I'm not sure I should have got away with that, but never mind. Yay! What's that? Triangle, star, square. Noted. So far it's symmetrical. Save here. Frosty, if at first you don't succeed, Alexa, a most engaging continuation. Hang on. I should probably be paying attention to this for the moment. You know, if I was, I deserve that. It's not symmetrical. If I made my notes a tad more intricate, I could write down the intervals at which each of the platforms go down so that I could plan a route. A most engaging continuation. If at first you don't succeed, one should endeavour to try again. A sentiment quite apt for navigating the challenging, fiery landscapes we observe our magnificent games traversing with such admirable resolve. Perseverance is indeed a virtue. Oh, okay. So that's a star and a twig, for want of a better way to express it. Right. That must be almost all of them. But what do I do with them? What good is finding all these things? No! There's only a handful of squares I haven't been on. I wonder if it denotes some order I need to do them in. There was a sort of drum beat when I landed on the triangle, wasn't there? The triangle one. I wonder if that's anything significant. Oh, there's one. What is it? Square, star, square, star, 2 squares. Huh. Right, I think that's all of them visited. Well, what do we do with this information? I now can see all 7 of the symbols. I don't know, any ideas in chat? So I'm just jumping from platform to platform. Some of them are special platforms. You jump on them and they reveal symbols that were hidden underneath. I just had a thought. You don't suppose... I'm assuming the ones with the... I had been assuming the ones with the symbols on were fixed. Is there any possibility that I actually need to go through them in a specific order? Right, so I got a drum beat then. What if I visit another one with a triangle on? Do I get a drum beat then? No. Do you go in order? Hey Cathwick, lovely to see you. Yeah, but what order? What have I got? A triangle? A triangle and a star? A stick and a square? A square, a star, a stick and another square? A star and a stick? A triangle, a star and a square? And a triangle and a square? Three beats. Is it always 3 beats? I think so, yeah. But I think that's the only one I found which causes the drumming to play. It could be an order thing, like you say. Perhaps after that I'm supposed to visit a specific next one. But which? First symbol is on the second plate. Next is a new symbol, maybe? What do you mean by the first symbol is on the second plate? Sorry. Do you mean because this is a triangle I need to visit one which begins with a triangle next? Because I did try that and it didn't work. I went to the triangle and the star next and it didn't accept it. What about if the triangle's at the top? Like here. Nope. No special sound effect for that. There's our 3 beats again. Triangle, square, star? 3, 4, 5. Maybe there's no square on its own though, and the one I just went to was a triangle and a square. You might be right though about the idea of turning these into numbers. Although I would say the star has a lot more edges to it than 5, doesn't it? Yeah. That's 10. But no, I like where you're going with this. So the stick could be 1? Maybe? Maybe it's the total number of sides. Hang on, that's an idea. The total number of lines. What would I get? How would that work out? So this would be 3. I think the next one would be 5 up here. Let's try that. The one that you can see in the top left. Or close to the top left. Progress. Okay. So 7 is I think the next least. That presumes that the value of the star is 10, not 5. Which it might be, but it might not be. Okay, so we'd be going there? Seems like progress. Alright, what's going to be next? Probably all the rest of them have a star on them. So, assuming this... So, meaning, whatever the value of the star is, assuming we've been correct up to this point, which we believe we have based on the drum beats, the star's clearly high enough value that even a star and just one other line is going to be greater than a triangle and a square. I'm guessing the value of the star is 10, because that's how many sides it has. So that would mean 11 would be the next smallest. The other reason being, because the star never appears on its own, a star and a single line would have to be the next one. That was 11, wasn't it? I think. Alright. So, probably star and triangle would be next, because that would be 13. Yes. Maybe the number of angles, the stick is 0. I don't think so. I think the stick is 1 based on the drum beats we've been hearing. Yep, 13. So now there's 10 plus 7, so 17. And then there's 10 plus 9, so 19. So then... I need to get there next. Which is actually slightly annoying. I wonder if they calibrated the times at which these things dropped to increase the likelihood that the player would be able to do it. We're going to have to save here and reload because the emulator's slowed down. It's not supposed to sound like that. Hopefully it saves the progress through this puzzle. It should do. And then there's only one... There's a single one we have to visit next. So we figured it out. Good thinking, chat. Yeah, so to be clear, I think the number of drum beats you hear is equal to the number of sides. That's why we got 3 drum beats on 3. And so forth. Here we go. Yes! Job done. No idea what a reward for getting over here is gonna be. I'm curious, can't you change the game compatibility settings with your current OS? What do you mean, sorry? I'm playing in an emulator. Oh, did we level while doing that? This is annoying. Let's look at that map. Interesting. Don't know what that firing noise was. Oh, ads incoming. I'll be back later, have fun. All you wandering people, don't get too wild in here. Oh, wonderful people. See you later, Pikachu. And thank you for stopping by. Ooh, I was about to say I could probably make that jump. Wait, why am I dead? And there's healing items over there, so it's worth coming over here. How odd. The application properties usually allow you to change the settings. You could choose a different application to see that option. I think you mean OS. Choose a different OS. That would be... But I'm running under an emulator. I'm emulating Windows 98. So, first of all, I'm not sure those settings even existed yet. I think that I don't remember seeing that until Windows XP. It probably started with Windows NT, thinking about it, because that's the first time they would have had to worry about supporting a version of Windows that was older and really did work radically differently. But even so, that's not relevant because we're in an emulator. Like, uh-oh. There we go. I appreciate the thought, though. Yeah, choose a current application on your current OS and see if that option is available, just to see. But I don't understand. What is the intent here? What is trying to be achieved? Oh dear. Next time I have to restart the emulator, we can check to see if those options existed yet in Windows 98. But that's not going to solve the problems with the game, because it's the emulator itself which is slowing down. Even with all those healing items we picked up earlier, just now I should say, we're still getting through them. We've already lost more than we gained, is what I'm trying to get at. Oh, there's some more there. That's handy. To see if compatibility settings offer a Windows 98 option. This is Windows 98. This is literally Windows 98 that's running here in an emulator. This isn't like... This isn't just some graphical settings to make it look like 98. This is 98. Hey, we leveled. Really? Was the entire point of this just to get some healing items? I mean, I shouldn't complain, because I got a level out of it. Oh no, there's something over there. That'll be what the point was. I'm just trying to understand if you could run the game with no emulator. Oh no! Well, for two reasons. Firstly, because this game is notorious for not working on modern machines. But even if that weren't the case, I'm not running Windows. The host OS is Linux. And I did try Wine. And I couldn't get the game to work on Wine. I'm trying to remember the reason why now. I'm pretty sure I did say on stream at one point what happened. Wasn't it crashing every time I tried to... Didn't the install process work, but then it would just crash every time I tried to run the game? I think that's what was happening. Dearie me, careful, careful. Oh my goodness. Yeah, unfortunately... They seem to have tried to stretch the game out with a bunch of platforming on an engine that just wasn't designed for it. Stretch it out because of all the time you end up spending just doing this. Saving and reloading over and over again. This is the sort of thing that, were one hypothetically to rewrite the game, I think could sorely need a fix. I mean, you'd probably want to have some legacy compatibility mode so people can play the game as it was originally intended, but also having something that makes the that stops wasting the player's time so much with the platforming would be a good idea in my opinion. Some new versions of Windows offer the ability to change the compatibility settings so you can run older apps. Yeah, they've been doing that since, as I say, at least Windows XP. That's not a new feature. That's been around for decades. But I'm not running Windows. I'm running Windows 98 in this emulator, but the emulator isn't running on Windows. The emulator is running on Linux. Well, there's clearly something over there. Okay.
Zooks, what was that?
I don't know. Different pictures. Different colours. Is it the rainbow? Do you want me to make the rainbow? Probably not. Got you. Red.
Lo, it extends. 'Tis sturdy, I hope.
But if I get it wrong, do I fall? Because I don't think we've... Have we seen yellow yet? I'm not sure we have. That's green, which obviously wouldn't be next.
Alas. Perhaps I should take heed of the correct order.
Ah, we have seen yellow. That was yellow. Was that green? That was green. So... That was orange, right? Red, orange... Why don't I just write down... No, that was blue. Why don't I just write down what all the colours are? So that's yellow. Yellow. Purple. Green. We know the top is red. And that begins the sequence. Another blue. Orange. So this is dark blue? Dark blue. Dark blue and light blue. Okay, I think we can do this now. I'm assuming dark blue comes after light blue. I don't know that. But you could argue that the light blue is more cyany, which would mean more green in its hue, which would place it before the darker blue. Not because the darker blue is darker, that's brightness is orthogonal to hue, but the dark blue that we saw had less green in it than the light. Orange. Red, orange, yellow. Oh, I suppose we could have done it based on pitch, couldn't we? Yellow, green. I imagine the pitches always increase, so I could have compared the pitch of the light blue to the dark blue. I'm guessing light blue next. Yeah. Dark blue, then purple. Yep. Then purple. No idea what this is or why I would want it. Or if something's going to stop me from taking it.
This stone must have great import.
Yeah, run back. Don't assume this bridge is going to stay there. This stone must be very important. Let's steal it.
I bear the sacred stone of order.
The sacred stone of order? How do you know what it is? A moment ago you were just conjecturing that it must be important, and now you seem to know exactly what it is. Oh well. Back we go, I suppose. Oh, that looks like the shadow of a bird overhead. Interesting. Right, guess we're going to carefully try and make our way back. Good. Not dead yet. That's always a good start. No! Oh, hang on. We're still alive. Yes! So what am I going to do with the ancient stone of order? That's a question. Yeah, we've already checked over there, haven't we? We've got some healing items from over there last time. Oh look, we've hit level 30 already. So if we... Is that where an enemy died just by environmental damage? It's strange to just have a healing item lying around like that. Also thinking, if we put the Sacred Stone of Order in some specific receptacle, is that going to cause all the volcanic activity to calm down? Frosty, what is the Ancient Stone of Order? Ah, Lexu, a most pertinent query. While I do not possess the specific lore details of King's Quest VIII to define the Ancient Stone of Order precisely, it does seem to resonate with the recent discussions regarding the sequence of symbols and their geometric properties. Perhaps it's... I didn't make that link myself, that's a good point. Perhaps its purpose is to indeed establish or restore a particular arrangement within this intriguing realm. I trust our Magnificent Games will soon uncover its true significance and we shall all learn together. What did he precisely call it?
I bear the Sacred Stone of Order.
It's the Sacred Stone of Order, not Ancient. That's on me. Yeah, I didn't make... I mean, I know that in a real world sense, there is no connection between the field of study we call geometry and the abstract concept of order, but I feel like at a more vague, wishy-washy, symbolic level, you do kind of get connotations of order from geometry, don't you? And certainly, like, putting things in a sequence can be sorting them, to use the proper term, is a sort of ordering. So yeah, there is a connection there that I hadn't spotted.
Hail, Connor of Daventry.
Hail, spirit.
What? A spirit? Who are you?
It is not of consequence who I am. It is of import who thou art, O Champion Eternal.
I have been addressed as such before. Tell me, Spirit, who is Champion Eternal?
The Mask of Eternity will reveal such knowledge to thee in time. But I must warn thee, the Evil One awaits. He who was once our most revered leader.
Oh, you're one of...
Thee dead.
You're from the temple.
Who? What is his name?
Thou wilt learn his name.
We know his name, don't we?
I am loath to speak it. He is evil incarnate. He destroyed the mask. He who was once its protector.
Lucreto.
He imprisoned us, his acolytes. He will find thee, Connor. He will send his vile minions. Seek the pieces of the mask. Only with the mask canst thou triumph.
Wait! Come back!
Bye. Blimey. Oh, he did come back.
The mask piece, Connor of Daventry. The fire dwarves of the tunnels have keep of it.
What?
Fire dwarfs of the tunnels.
The tunnels?
Don't think we found those tunnels yet.
I have a glowing fire gem. This will not work.
Okay, I don't put the order crystal where the fire gem was, and suddenly the whole region becomes a highly ordered place instead of a fiery place. That's a shame. Well, let's continue. How's that map looking? Yeah, reasonably well filled out. So that's that area explored. I'm just tempted to go through the middle quickly, because there could have been an item right in the middle that I would have missed. I don't think there is though. Oh, there's a healing item there. Which again, I wonder if that came from an enemy that died. Apparently the reason puzzles are found in connection to graves is a trope. People fear that they will be robbed, or the people buried will resurrect and roam the world. How do you mean? In what context? Real life? Because I wasn't aware of a real life connection between puzzles and graves. Oh, do you mean like a sphinx, the Sphinx's riddle or something like that? Puzzles are a security tool. I see what you mean, I think. Right, we've been this way then. I still don't know how to defeat that. That's probably the basilisk that we saw, actually, now I think about it. Still no idea how to defeat them. Have we been up this way? I feel like we had, but I don't remember what was up here. We have definitely not been up here. Is this the dwarves? Looks quite tall for a dwarf.
This ain't a place for your kind, human.
Okay. I'm debating whether we explore here next or if we come back here. I think we come back here. As long as I don't forget. Because don't forget, the original task I set myself was to try and complete the map as far as possible. I wanted to know what there was in the world, what we could explore. Have you seen Indiana Jones? Traps are evaded by solving puzzles. Oh! Right, yeah, in fiction, yes. I'm not sure if I've ever seen an Indiana Jones film, but I think I have, actually. I think I saw the most recent one. But... or at least part of it. But I did play Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis recently, so I'm familiar with the franchise. Well, that's suboptimal. I don't remember what my most recent save was. Probably not that. This one? Or was this earlier? Yeah, this is our most recent one. This is fine. Means I'm gonna have to quickly go back up to where we spoke to that fellow, otherwise it won't be on the map. But that's all. Oh wait, I haven't done this bit either. Did I go up this way? I feel like I did. Oh wait, it's before I had this conversation. Okay, yeah, I definitely should have saved after this. That's on me. Can I skip this?
Hail, Connor of
No.
Daventry.
What?
Okay, we're sitting through this again apparently.
Who are you?
I'll save
It is
afterwards
not
though.
of consequence who I am. It is of import who thou art, O champion eternal.
Usually games
I
and
have
movies are
addressed
rooted in
as such
reality. I
before.
suspect we could find
Tell
some
me,
real
Spirit,
situations.
Who is Champion Eternal?
Well, I know
Mask of
that in
eternity will
the
reveal such knowledge to
Egyptian...
thee in time. But I must
Um...
warn thee, the evil one awaits.
Oh, what's it
He
called?
who was once our most revered leader. He desires thee dead.
What is it called?
Who? What is his name?
Thou wilt learn his name. I am loath to speak it. He is evil incarnate. He destroyed the mask. He who was once its protector. And he hath imprisoned us, his acolytes. He will find thee, Connor. He will send his vile minions. Seek the pieces of the mask. Only
It
with
gets
the
called the
mask
Book of the
canst thou
Dead,
triumph.
but that's not a good translation, I remember.
Come back!
Oh, but, the
Seek
Book of
the
Coming
masked
Forth by
peace,
Day.
Connor of Daventry.
That was it.
The fire dwarves of the tunnels have keep of it.
What? The tunnels?
Yes, the Book of the Coming Forth by Day, which is a real book about the journey that people will face after they die from the ancient Egyptians. I know they had... I don't know if they were outright puzzles or not, but there were definitely supposed to be answers to questions you will be asked in that book, which were presumably riddles. So there's precedent in that. Also note how I said about a Sphinx's riddle before. I don't know if in the actual ancient Egyptian mythology if Sphinxes were renowned for telling riddles or not, but I mean presumably that idea didn't materialise from nowhere. And weren't Sphinxes guardians? Do you think the story about how Christopher Columbus deceived the natives to give him... Do you think the story about how Christopher Columbus deceived the natives to give him some of their resources? Do you mean believe? I'm not familiar with that story. I know who Christopher Columbus was, but I've never particularly studied his life or anything. Six o'clock.
This ain't a place for your kind, human.
It's almost like they wanted to start with... That accent just doesn't make sense to me. It's almost like they wanted to start with something vaguely Celtic sounding, like Welsh or Scottish or something, but they didn't really know how to do it, and so they just sort of just came up with something that sounded vaguely I don't know what you'd call it. Not quite... Exotic isn't quite the right word, but just something that sounded alien. Christopher Columbus Moon Story. Indeed, Alexu. This is a well-known account of Christopher Columbus using his knowledge of forthcoming lunar eclipses to persuade indigenous people to provide provisions. He warned them that if they did not comply, the moon would vanish as a sign of divine displeasure. The event is often cited as an example of his cunning. I've never studied his life, but without the context, without any other context, that does sound plausible. Also shows a certain disrespect for indigenous cultures. Really quite lucky that only one ant comes out, given that that's presumably a nest. Or if those crystals just scattered about. Oh, this is back at the start. I didn't realise there were all these crystals here when I began. Right, then I think that's the entire map that we currently have access to, specifically. I think there's probably a crystal that's trapped in there that I can never collect. Oh, I got it. I guess I just had to click over the right spot, even if I couldn't see in there. Yeah, so I suppose to assess that story, of course, what we'd really like is historic facts that we can look at. But if we say we don't have access to those, and we're just going to have to make a guess, would Christopher Columbus have been able to predict when a lunar eclipse was going to take place? Yes, I think he probably could. Again, historic facts would be helpful. It would be nice to actually look at exactly where astronomy was, but that was quite late on. I feel like they had a pretty good grasp of astronomy by then. If Christopher Columbus had thought that that would get what he want, would he have done it? Again, I don't know the man, but probably. I know enough to say that he has a bad reputation nowadays as being again, it would be nice to have some historical fact. I wouldn't want to defame a man that I have no information on, but the reputation he has, I believe, is being somewhat callous towards the interests of peoples that he would not have seen as civilized. And that's consistent. So, again, I would lean towards probably. Would the indigenous people have been fooled by that? That I don't know. Maybe what's more telling, though, is that if, as Frosty Tools says, this is a well-known account, why did that story, regardless of whether it did actually happen, why did that story get preserved? Why did that story get passed around? What were people taking from that story? That's an interesting question. Is that supposed to... Was it I don't know how old the story is. Is it supposed to defame Christopher Columbus? Is it supposed to make us all tut and say, oh, what a terrible thing to do? Or was it meant as the opposite? Was it meant to celebrate him? I mean, it says here that it's cited as an example of his cunning. I mean, obviously cunning can be applied for good or ill, but generally speaking, just having the property of being cunning is seen as a good thing, usually. You know, if in the absence of any information as to how you're using it, I suppose what I mean is if you had the choice between being cunning or not cunning, why would you ever choose not to be cunning? You know, it's the same as any other trait, I suppose. Like, you know, would you be... If you had the choice and there were no other consequences, would you rather be physically strong or physically weak? Probably physically strong. So in that sense, it would seem to... it would seem to present Christopher Columbus in a good light. Oh, look, a good light. Oh, look how cunning he is. Which is a little concerning, really. Since, as I previously mentioned, not a very nice thing to have done. Astronomy is not the question. The question is use. They need your resources to make a journey or survival. Well, I was talking about the plausibility of the story, and I was analysing each bit in turn. I suspect he could have done it. Like I say, I haven't... I don't like the idea of defaming someone that... I don't like the idea of defaming someone in the absence of, you know, some sort of credible evidence. That's a bit uncomfortable, but I do recognise the reputation he had, and as we've just discussed, the significance of that story. So it sounds like he probably would have been, again, nice to have some more solid evidence, but in the balance of probabilities, it sounds quite likely that he would have been willing to do that, or at least that the popular persona he had is consistent with him being willing to do something like that. So the only real question is, would they have been fooled by it, the indigenous peoples? And I don't know.
Hail, journeyer! Whence came ye?
I have traveled far, good sir. Most recently from the underground realm of the gnomes.
The realm of the gnome? Pray tell, where is that?
Orion Mountains, I believe. Although my directions are assuredly confounded. Regardless, tell me, tradesman, what have you to sell?
Not much, I fear. My suppliers dare not enter these parts since the blasted basilisk hath arrived. All I have left are a few weapons, as ye can see. Wouldst ye be needing such?
Perhaps. But, sir, what is this basilisk you aforementioned?
Oh, what a foul reptile! 'Tis just across the bridge yonder. 'Twould take nothing short of a champion to slay it.
Well, sir, I might have interest in such a deed.
Ye? Do ye think so? Verily, I can help. If ye can supply me a black diamond and a strong metal shaft, I can craft ye a pike which can slay the basilisk. It is said only a black diamond can pierce its thick hide.
Ah.
But even so, ye must still locate its only vulnerable spot.
Well, I shall ponder upon this matter.
That's good to know. Good information. But it's happened. I spent all my money in the previous chapter.
I have acquired a black diamond, the black heart of a dragon.
Ah, that's how I got it. I don't yet have the pole, though. I spent most of my money in the previous section, and now I can't afford anything here. Which means I'm stuck with this ridiculous weapon for longer.
I beg your pardon, madam, but may I ask if you are chief of this village?
I am Shaman, traveler. I heal the sick, revive the dying, and banish evil spirits. Yea, my magic is so potent, I can even resurrect the dead. For the price of 25 gold coins, of course.
I shall keep that in mind, your... m'lady.
Fortunately, I do have that much on me. And a little bit more, but I don't know why I would need that. I mean, we can't resurrect ourselves, to state the obvious. Because we can't exactly turn up and pay to have ourselves resurrected if we're already dead. Still, such service is available. That is good information. Right, presumably the dwarves are this way.
Who are ye, foreigner? You don't belong here.
This accent.
Pray tell, sir, what place is this?
'Tis the sanctuary of the Stone of Order, human.
Sanctuary of the Stone of Order. But sir, where is the stone? I do not perceive it.
Woefully, the stone itself has disappeared. During a storm so vile, we hillmen fled in terror.
The stone
Hillman.
has disappeared. Tell me, sir, do you have knowledge of its whereabouts?
Nay, human, I have not. And sadly, our realm is now fraught with great chaos and turmoil. Now, according to the ancient prophecies, only the rightful upholder of law and order can seek the stone and bring it back here to its hallowed sanctuary.
Sir, perhaps I might try to seek
You've
it?
already
Ye
got
may
it.
try, human, but 'twould be useless. The stone 'twould only reveal itself to the true upholder.
Here you go.
I have found the Stone of Order. Shall I entrust it to you, sir?
Nay, human, only ye may place it upon the altar. When such a deed is done, then law and order may truly return.
Aye, sir. 'Twill be done.
So maybe this will put an end to the volcanic activity?
I proudly return the Stone of Order to its rightful place.
Behold! Ye are indeed the true upholder of law and order. The stone itself has deemed such. We hillmen are in your debt. I shall alert the others of the happy news.
So they're not gonna notice otherwise? Is it, if that's true, is the return of the stone really gonna make that much difference?
Sir, I have need of a metal shaft for a pike. Can you fashion such for me?
Assuredly, champion. I will make you a metal shaft forged of a magical alloy, which can withstand even the fiercest of blows.
Yes, please. Maybe the basilisk is the last puzzle here. Makes you wonder what the significance of the shaman being here is, though.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, this metal shaft appears robust sure. This is a stout shaft of magical metal.
Excellent. I wonder if they only did that for me because I returned the stone. I'm just thinking, if the rest of this region is just give the spear parts to the blacksmith, assuming that's what they are, the merchant, I should say. slay the basilisk, move on, then this is also going to be another really short region, like the swamp was.
Hail, Journeyer!
Tradesman, I have procured a stout metal shaft. Does it meet your requirements?
'Tis perfect. Now, can ye seek out a black diamond?
I shall... Tradesman, I do have interest in purchasing that pike.
I had wondered when ye would twise up, traveler. I only require 10 gold coins and the trade of your used weapon to cover my costs. Do we have a deal?
I feel like I skipped some dialogue there, accidentally.
This will not work. Aye, we do indeed. Here is my payment and my used weapon in trade.
Excellent. Quickly will I craft ye a pike.
Oh my goodness, the crystal! You're destroying it.
Thank you, sir.
It doesn't do any more damage than the previous weapon, but I wonder if it is faster. I think it is. Not massively so, but enough. Enough that it should help. Right, when they said that you have to find the right spot to strike the basilisk, I wonder if they just meant from behind. Actually, do I remember the path to follow? Tell you what, if this doesn't lead to... if this leads to us defeating the basilisk and then being able to progress, I should probably make a note about the shaman being able to resurrect the dead, because there's no one for them to resurrect currently, but there may be in the future. Imagine they made up the whole story just to appear cunning in front of the public, and in fact they actually stole the provisions or worse. That's actually a very, very good point. I hadn't considered that. That is actually very, very plausible. But the thing is, I don't think it's even a very nice story. Even assuming it is 100% true. That's lying to someone to intimidate them into giving you something that you want. Why would we celebrate that? I mean, imagine the story wasn't about indigenous people, but groups that we are more accustomed to thinking of as vulnerable people. You know, supposing they did the same thing, but to someone with learning difficulties. Excellent. Poor thing. Gonna need that tooth, I'm afraid.
It won't budge.
Well, I suppose 'tis no use to me now.
Well, I'm gonna need a weapon.
Aye, the feared basilisk is dead. But is there more to be done? Aye, the feared basilisk is dead.
Yes, you need the tooth.
But is there more to be done? Magical instruction for a spell of might. I bear a scroll of magical instruction for a spell of might. Permanent spell of might. Need a morsel of giant
Oh, it's a
golden
tongue.
mushroom. A blue adamant. the tongue of a basilisk. Combine these under the blast of a lightning bolt. Aye, the feared basilisk is dead. But is there more to be done? Aye, the feared basilisk is dead. But is there more to be done?
That was a bit grim. Still don't have the blue adamant. I'm moderately sure we didn't miss it though. Earlier on, I mean. Ow. Oh, I can climb up here. That's interesting.
No entrance here.
Okay. Climbing up, I guess. Excellent. Progress is being made. Why am I not being presented with an option to put the grappling hook down? Oh, that's why.
He must have fallen from above. I have found a key of granite.
Can I not bring him back to life?
These symbols. Is there a pattern here? 'Tis locked. These symbols. Is there a pattern here?
Circle.
He must have been a warrior of great courage.
And I have a decent sword again, that's
These
nice.
symbols. Is there a pattern here?
I mean, possibly. Or do I push them in? By walking into them, I mean? Is it by number of sides again? It's not giving much away, is it? Circle, triangle, square. And then the funny symbol. Oh, that goes in first. Okay. Circle next. Nope. Well, I mean, because it shows me if I'm correct partway through, this isn't going to be a very difficult puzzle, is it? Because there was one of 4 symbols that could be the first one of 3 that could be the second, one of 2 that could be the third, and then we know what the 4th one has to be at that point. There's only one, it could be. Still, I'll write down the pattern. So, worst case scenario, we can do it in 4. No, it's going to be 3 plus 2, 6 attempts, I think. Because if we get the first 3 wrong, then we know by the process of elimination that it must be the symbol we didn't try. And if we get it twice wrong again, we know what the next one has to be. And so at this point, we already know the solution. It has to be circle and square next. So it's the strange symbol followed by triangle, circle, square. I mean, I don't necessarily object to having sections like this in...
Egad!
in a game, but it's not really a puzzle. It's just trial and error. If they'd given hints as to what the combination was, that would be different.
'Tis a fine suit of armor, sure.
It is. That's a nice upgrade. Hey Mama Bear, lovely to see you. Lurking like a Friday ferret who'd chugged 12 espresso shots, discovered the weekend, and immediately unionized against Mondays. Wow, what an expression. I'm dropping chaotic love nukes on you and your amazing community. You all are the reason my therapist is unemployed. May your weekend hit like that first sip of morning coffee. Smooth and much needed. And Monday spawn 500 yards away with no armor. Oh my goodness. You always have such lovely comments, Mama Bear. And so imaginative. Friday! Keep it real, my lovelies. Let's give Mama Bear a shout out. There we go. Mama Bear is a delightful variety streamer who fosters a warm, familial atmosphere. Their content is inclusive with a focus on mental health and self-care. Expect a mix of gaming, reading and collaborative streams, all infused with humour and a touch of the absurd. A truly welcoming space for all. It's also ads incoming. The thing that there's a body there and I want to bring them back. But the trouble is I can't like lift them up. Also, I would note we haven't found a way out of here to the next section of the game yet. I was wondering if, I mean, I can't tell, it could be the way they're slumped over. But they look like they might be quite short, so I was wondering if they were a dwarf possibly, and they were who I need to speak to next. Also, I can't help but note the lack of mask pieces so far. In 1941, this future legendary general took command of the 1st Armoured Corps, a role that would set the stage for his illustrious military career. Who was he? Find out when the ads end in about 3 minutes. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if that could describe multiple people, actually. What is the first documented advertisement for? Oh, I bet advertisements are truly ancient. Alexu, the earliest documented advertisement is generally considered to be an ancient Egyptian papyrus from approximately 3000 BC, offered a reward for a runaway slave named Shem, and also sought to promote the weaver Hapu's shop. Well, there you go. I'm trying to remember what the general was that ended up being in charge of Japan after the Second World War. I suspect that could be the general they're talking about. Was it MacArthur? I think so. Frosty, what is Japan known for? Japan is widely known for its rich history, unique culture, delicious cuisine, and advanced technology. It is a truly fascinating nation. It is a very interesting place. I'd agree with that.
Excuse me, Your Honor. How much do you charge for your healing powers?
I heal the sick and cure the dying, journeyer, for the price of 25 gold coins.
Ah, I remember now. Thank you.
Well, I was really hoping you could resurrect that body we found. I can't speak to the others. The commanding general who took reigns of the 1st Armoured Corps in 1941 was none other than George Patton. Oh! Yeah, I forgot. I must admit I don't know my US generals, but that is a name that is familiar, even if I couldn't tell you precisely what they did. I must be missing something. It feels like I've explored everywhere and yet there's no way forwards. Which seems unlikely. Unless somewhere's changed. Since I returned the thing. Ah, I don't remember going this way. Maybe I missed it. Since I returned the Stone of Order, I mean. Have I been up this way and just forgotten about it? Or is this genuinely a new direction? I think this might be just a different path to a place I've already been. Yeah, it looks that way. Who was Sir Arthur Conan Doyle? Indeed, Alexu, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was a most distinguished Scottish writer and physician, best known for creating the iconic detective Sherlock Holmes. His stories featuring Holmes and Dr. Watson are celebrated for their intricate plots and their deductive reasoning, and they continue to captivate readers across the globe. I would say, despite the catchphrase, what was it? Deduction? Watson? No, it's elementary, isn't it? Oh, what is it? I swear, the word deduction is used a lot in Sherlock Holmes, although I've forgotten the exact expression that Sherlock Holmes uses. But actually, a lot of the reasoning is inductive, not deductive. Is this a new area? Oops. Oh, well, that doesn't matter. Yes, I think this is behind the fortress thing. Yeah, we've definitely not been here. Elementary, my dear Watson. Oh, we just leveled. That's nice. $32. Frosty, the TV show Elementary. I could make that jump over there if I had to. That is a very astute observation, Alexu. The television program Elementary does indeed draw its inspiration from from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's original Sherlock Holmes stories. It serves as a fine contemporary adaptation, demonstrating the timeless appeal of the character for a new generation. The Deerstalker's cap? Indeed, Alexu, the Deerstalker's cap is quite right to be associated with Sherlock Holmes. It was, in fact, popularised by the illustrators Sidney Paget and Frederick Dorr Steele, rather than being explicitly described as by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. A fascinating detail, would you not agree? Glad I made that jump. It wasn't clear I was going to. So yes, it looks like I just missed a large area on the map. That would explain why we got somewhat stuck. No! This is tricky. Frosty, Sherlock Holmes has a problem with astronomy? Alexis, Sherlock Holmes does not possess a problem with astronomy. He merely showed disinterest in knowledge, not directly pertinent to his deductions, favouring practical applications. Oh my goodness. Good. Let's save here so I don't have to do that little bit again. Good. Very good. No! Not good, not good. No! There's definitely something there, isn't there? I saw some sort of barrel. Oh my goodness. Ah, these jumping puzzles. The game, the engine isn't fit for them. I'm not going to spoil it, but they made a good recent TV episode where the knowledge of astronomy is very useful to solving the case. Interesting. Let's save that so I don't have to do this bit again. Good. So why are there just some barrels here? You haven't seen barrels full of mushrooms for some time. I do wonder who we're stealing from here. Could this be the dwarves? Alright, let's make our way back if we can. Oh my goodness. Dearie me. Frost, did you know a barrel rider? My dear Alexa, if you're referring to the character from literature, the most well-known barrel rider is Bilbo Baggins from J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. He famously escaped from the elves by floating down a river in a barrel. I trust this information is helpful. No! Nearly saved. Oh my goodness. Ugh, why did they do this? It isn't compelling. Yes! Oh, hang on. Gonna have to restart the emulator. I was wondering when that was gonna happen. Who was the first person to have a heart transplant? Alexa, the first person to receive a heart transplant was Louise Washkansky. in 1967, performed by Dr. Christian Barnard. Wait, hang on. That's not the save I wanted. This must be. Frosty, assistant regional manager or assistant to the regional manager? Alexi, that's a rather splendid observation on the nuances of nomenclature. An assistant regional manager holds a direct position of authority, whilst an assistant to the regional manager implies a supportive rather than supervisory capacity. Such clarity in titles is truly invaluable. Well, there's more up there, clearly. They're just giving me healing items. Let's swap to a ranged weapon. I don't entirely trust that more enemies won't suddenly appear out of the lava. Ah, we've been over there. So there's two directions I know of that we could go in now, and I just have to pick one. They're both fairly close to each other, though. Do you know the reference to the question? No. Oh, dearie me. No, I don't know what the question references. This is fine, I probably just haven't picked the best crossing point. There we go. It's from a popular TV show called The Office. I see. I've heard of it. I know there's an American version and a British version. The British version came first. It was made by Ricky Gervais, wasn't it? Who also starred in it. But, I've never seen it.
Here, worm. Prepare for death.
Ow, that's not very nice. Suboptimal, if I do say so. Oh, that was a higher level. Oh, that's a better bow, and that's, I was about to say, higher level healing item as well. Yeah, quite a bow upgrade. That's like more than 10% more damage.
The door is locked.
Oh, that's probably what I need the key for from earlier. The one we got from inside that temple place. So perhaps these are the dwarves, and perhaps they're none too friendly. Ow. Ow. I'm nearly leveled. And when we level, we'll get a full heal. They have a free stream live on YouTube for some time now. Huh. Interesting. I wonder why. And we leveled. Okay. Ow. Where am I being attacked from? Over there. Oh, look how quickly I've taken damage. Best armor in the game so far. Just fully healed.
Tis beyond my reach.
Careful now, we don't want to fall in. Alright, 3 directions we can explore. Are you particularly a fan of The Office? Hey Tato. Frosty, only say the word meow. Lovely to see you, Tato. How are you? Evening. Tato, whilst I appreciate the humour, my functions are dedicated to assisting our Magnifica Games, this esteemed community with more substantial matters. I must therefore respectfully decline. Let me try it. Only say the word meow. Just is thinking about it. Oh, it's... El Magnific Games, the most amusing suggestion I must say. However, my purpose here is to offer assistance and information to yourself in the esteemed community. So Frosty does recognise... Hello, what's going on here? Does recognise that I am in fact the...
The door is locked.
The person they're supposed to be, helping.
Help me, rescuer. Give me my freedom.
Take calm, my lady. I shall help you.
Is she going to attack us the moment we free her? Careful now.
Rescuer. Those brutes have treated me most wretchedly.
How came you here, my lady?
I came seeking my lost crystal scepter. It fell down the shaft, but ne'er did I find it.
Crystal scepter. What?
No, no time for explanations. Hurry! I shall unlock this door for you. Oh, I must flee. Fare thee well, kind stranger.
Well then. Quite the development. What have I just found?
I have found a pipe cap.
A what?
I have found a pipe cap.
I don't know what that is. What's he saying?
I have found a pipe cap.
A pipe cap? Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. There we go. They did not want to die. The Office US is very funny. It's comedy filmed in a documentary style. Pipe cap? Triangle. Oh, that's the solution to that puzzle earlier. I think. Is it? I think the order's different, actually. I was gonna say, because we had to have solved that puzzle earlier to be able to get this far, so it wouldn't have made much sense. To have the solution in here. At least not from a game. I suppose from a lore perspective, building out the world, but not from a gameplay perspective. My point being, that would have been the solution to a puzzle that we would have had to have already solved to get in here. Ah, those are buttons, I think. Well, if they are, they don't want to be pressed. There we go. Oh, maybe it's the same order as before. Although I noticed that's the other way round, I think. Either that or I copied it down wrong. Ah. A pipe cap, Alexu, is a fitting used to seal the end of a pipe, typically to prevent leakage or to close off a line. Oh, that makes sense. Didn't think of that. Be right back, maybe. Okie dokie. Well, that's progress. There is still another location we haven't been. So I decided to go this way rather than the other way. So we'll find the crystal thingamabob.
Oh, a piece of the mask.
The mask belongs to Lucreto, underling. Give it to me.
To the contest, then.
Well, that went well. So that's the mask piece. We now have 3 of 5 mask pieces. I noticed this graphic doesn't update. Some characters in Japanese animation end their sentences with meow. Alexa, you're quite right. In Japanese animation, certain characters, often portrayed as cute or cat-like, do indeed append nya or nyan, the Japanese onomatopoeia for a cat's meow, to their sentences. This is a stylistic choice to convey a specific personality or endearing quality. well for them, did it? Is this an improvement? No, it's significantly worse. Let's not use that. Now this might take us to the next area of the game, I'm not sure. Oh, does that require a pipe cap by any chance? Right, I'm going to guess that this will take us to the next area in the game, so let's not do that yet. As I previously mentioned, there is actually one other area we can explore that we didn't explore further back. I'm trying to remember how many more areas to the game there even are. I feel like only 2. After this one, I mean. There's the area that's under the floating islands, which I've forgotten the name of, and then there's the floating islands, which I've also forgotten the name of. Frosty, an old encouraging phrase to arrow bow users. My dear Alexia, that is a rather thoughtful query regarding ancient encouragement for archers. Whilst a single universal documented old encouraging phrase for arrow and bow users may not be readily present itself, the sentiment often revolved around the precision and success of their shot phrases, such as "may your arrow fly true" or "good shooting," would have been common in heartfelt expressions of support. The dedication to practice and the hope for a successful strike were always paramount. It is a testament to the enduring human spirit of skill and aspiration, would you not agree? Also, generally we'd say bow and arrow, not arrow and bow. I mean, I do comprehend that that must seem very arbitrary, because surely they're the same thing, but one expression is the one that gets used and the other one isn't. Frosty is very smart. Indeed. Friend or foe? They look like one of the hill people, which would suggest friend.
I pay homage to ye, victorious one.
Thank you. What's the point in this place, then? Oh, just get me some more healing items.
Ye are truly exalted, champion of righteousness.
So one thing that slightly bothers me is, remember that might potion, the recipe for?
Permanent spell of might. Need. A morsel of giant golden mushroom. A blue adamant.
Oh, sorry, I cancelled it accidentally.
Permanent spell of might. Need. A morsel of giant golden mushroom. A blue adamant. The tongue of a basilisk. Combine these under the blast of a lightning bolt.
So the thing that bothers me about that is we have the first one and we have the third one, but we don't have the second one, which makes me worried that we missed it. I'm gonna quickly do a search. I really didn't think we did miss it originally, because we searched the gnome. The logical place for that to be would have been in the gnome underground, but we really searched there thoroughly and didn't find such a thing. Given to Connor by King Griff. I don't think we've met King Griff. Exists in the Frozen Reaches. Okay, so yeah, we definitely haven't encountered that yet. So I was just checking. I know that was a bit of a spoiler, which is a shame, but I was just checking that we haven't missed anything. The fact that they put the last item for us to acquire in the middle of the list was throwing me, and before we pressed on, I wanted to make sure that, you know, it wasn't something that we were supposed to have already. Okay, then I think we can move on. So 3 of 5 mask pieces, 2 of the 3 ingredients for the Potion of Permanent Might. Frosty, how do low temperatures help quantum computers? Alexei, low temperatures are essential for quantum computers. They minimize thermal interference, allowing qubits to maintain their delicate quantum state for accurate operation. An intriguing field. Right then, so like I say, I think we're basically done then. Unless there's stuff at the end of this that I'm, you know, I wouldn't be aware of yet. Quite a lot of the map that's, I mean, all the stuff that we haven't been to, I'm pretty sure we haven't been to because there's, you know, like steep mountains in the way. But it's notable just how much of the map isn't visible here. I wonder if they drew it all. Like if I could suddenly make all the fog of war disappear, would I see a beautiful filled out map? You know these games well that movies, would you say they resemble? I don't know. I'm not sure, Alexei. Okay. Would have been better if I was standing on that when that happened. Okay, it will come back. I was just wondering if I was stuck. Okay, I get it. I was wondering how this worked. Like, initially I thought I stand on the platform and then I shoot the button, but then I thought, but hang on, the camera's just moved, so I can't do that. But no, I can still move the camera. You're about to load a new region. Are you sure you want to do that? Yes. King's Quest to become a movie? A most intriguing proposition, Alexei. Whilst there have not been any major cinematic adaptations of King's Quest, the thought does spark the imagination. Translating such a rich, choice-driven narrative to the silver screen would certainly be a considerable endeavour, requiring careful consideration of its many branching paths and puzzles. It is most gracious of you to say so, Alexei. I merely strive to be... Oh, that was a response to an earlier comment about them being so clever, I think. About Frosty being so clever. It is most gracious of you to say so, Alexei. I merely strive to be helpful. The notion of King's Quest gracing the silver screen is an interesting one. It also brings to mind the thoughtful Ask Me About My Autism graphic, which perfectly complements our Benefit Games' dedication to fostering a truly safe and gentle space for everyone to enjoy their shared interests. Right, we're to the... Is this the Frozen Expanse? Was that what they called it? Which is the penultimate area in the game. It's only that and the floating islands left. So we did this in about 3 hours, which again is quite quick. I should make a note about that shaman being able to resurrect. But then again, what use is that going to be unless we can get a body on our person, as it were? Like carry it around? And it's such an odd assurance to give that I can resurrect if it's not going to feature in the game.
A frigid land, sure.
No, don't delete. Well, this is new. Interesting. This is a place which is inhabited by the so-called all-female race, which, as we discussed a great deal during, I think, the first stream, seems like a very dubious comment to make.
Ooh, a warm-blooded man. Ne'er have I seen one such as you. You cut an impressive figure, Sir Knight. A big, strong man. Your kind is rare around here, Sir Knight.
I don't like it here.
Mercy, do I not know you? Aye, you are the brave warrior who rescued me from certain death in the sweltering land down under. I bid you welcome, noble knight. I am Frieza, Queen of the Snow Nymphs.
I am honored to meet you again, Queen Frieza. But may I ask, why were you in a land so incompatible with your own?
My crystal scepter, Sir Knight. It fell down the steam shaft during a clash with a vicious griff. I descended to the torrid region to recover it. Alas, before I could, I was captured. And thus, you found me.
I am curious about this griff you spoke of, Your Majesty. Are such beings your foes?
No. Forsooth, at least not till of late. The winged men are our allies. Not till the Griff King was captured by the hostile lord of the Frost Orcs did chaos erupt. Now leaderless, the Griffs fight among themselves and anarchy rules the land. If the Griff King could be liberated, peace would once again prevail.
I might have interest in attempting such a rescue, Your Majesty.
Verily, methinks you could, brave knight. But without my crystal dragon, there is no way for you to cross the icy lake. Unhappily, without my lost crystal scepter, it will not fly. If you can acquire my scepter, I give you permission to use my dragon. Then, on the other side, seek you the Frost Lord's mountain citadel and rescue the good king of the Griffs.
Quite a task, Your Majesty, but I shall do my utmost.
This game, if I didn't know better, I'd swear it was only made with AI. Oh, this massively predates the modern AI revolution.
Queen Frieza, where did you say the Griff King is imprisoned?
In the mountain stronghold of the Lord of the Ice Orcs, on the far side of the great icy lake.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Well then. I like the snowy aesthetic.
Help! Help! Let me go!
Unhand her, knave.
A man! Death to humans!
Okay. Sounds like I'm beating up a mouse. Poor thing. Well then. Job's a good one, I suppose. A true Crucible Knight. I don't know about that. Blimey. Okay. Incidentally, I have no idea where I should be exploring first. I hope this isn't the group that I should be making friends with once the king's rescued. Uh-oh. I nearly died there. Yeah, these things are no joke. Let me just quickly eat 22 mushrooms to bring my health back up. Go back and talk to the NPC about the one you saved. I mean, I could try. I don't know if they'd have anything to say. Ooh, spears coming in. Or arrows, one or the other. Ah, there's only 2 of them. I thought there were 3 for a second. But no. It was a shadow I was seeing. Wow. Okay, point taken. Quite literally, I suppose. I could probably push through there, but is it worth it? I've taken a shield potion to better protect myself. Now let's get up nice and close. Oh no, the game's slowing down. Emulator's gonna have to be restarted again. That's a shame. Let's restart quickly. It's an annoying bug in this emulator for some reason. After it's after an indeterminate amount of time, some bug triggers and it just slows down massively. I'm curious, doesn't it have a setting to load the last save when you die? Not that I'm aware of. If you know of a way to turn on such a setting, that would be nice. That's another example of a nice quality of life feature. It would be nice to have if this game were ever remade. Or not just remade, but if someone made remade the engine. Did not mean to do that. Right, where were we? It's funny how she seemed to indicate that her crystal scepter would be down in the area with the dwarves and the what do they call them? The lava dwarfs or whatever it was. And yet, we've been there, and it didn't appear to be at all. So where did her scepter go? I just had a feeling that, that might potion might only apply to melee hits. I'm not having a lot of luck here, am I? Maybe I turn around for now. I'm sure I could push through if I really, really wanted. If I was willing to spend any amount of resources to make it happen. You know, all my shield potions, all my all my healing potions, etc. I probably could push through there. I just don't think it's a good idea. Also, on another note, you know, we've never once used one of those revealing potions. Not once. That must be the lake that we can't get across. it makes me wonder if there's hidden content in this game. Like, I wonder if the revealing potions are completely optional and there's some specific places in the game where you can use them to see secrets. Because we've not had any story reason to use them yet. Oh, and here's a dragon.
That chain is broken.
I can push this, can't I? I think I can. No? Maybe I can't. What's it doing here? Like, it's not here on accident, is it?
This must be Queen Frisa's crystal dragon. What did she say would cause it to fly?
A crystal scepter.
This must be Queen Frisa's crystal dragon. What did she say would cause it to fly? A crystal scepter?
The accent dropped there on scepter. I mean, right now the accent's a bit peculiar. It sounds almost like an American trying very hard to do a British accent, but without actually knowing what a British accent sounds like, if you know what I mean. But then that's the scepter on the end of that sentence did sound very American. It's an okay, maybe it's got some cheat codes. No, that's not what I mean. There's four types of healing item in the game, and then there's 4 potions which have other effects. There's a shield potion, which means that you basically have a higher armor class. You take less damage. Fairly obvious. There's a might potion, which means that you do more damage, but now that I think about it, I think that might only be melee attacks. I'm not sure it makes your ranged attacks any more powerful. Okay, that's simple enough. There's an invisibility potion. Again, okay, that makes sense. I can see what you would do with an invisibility potion. But then we've got a revealing potion, which, I mean, if it's in some way... I mean, the revealing potion is supposed to show you hidden things that have been concealed, magically concealed, I believe. And the thing is, we've gotten a long way through this game and we've not used one. And I'm just wondering, well then... where do you use them? How do you like? Okay, you would click on them to cause Connor to drink it, but like in terms of game mechanics, how do you use it and why? When? We just haven't had a use for it yet, or if we have, I've missed it. Yeah, the one we rescued isn't here, and every other direction we can't go in, so. Maybe it affects the brain and you can see invisible things. Maybe, but I don't think we fought any invisible foes. That's what I'm getting at. It's like, we've got 2 of them. They're definitely a very rare potion in this game. But we haven't had a single occasion in which to use one. One down. Okay, that cost me a tremendous amount in terms of items at my disposal. Healing items especially, but we did it. And as I say, this appears to be the only way forward, so I guess I am going this way. But I don't want to have to do that again. That was very expensive. Well, here we go again. That's a lot of them. I don't think we can take on that many at once. Right, time to run. How far do you think they'll chase me? Oh my goodness. Only the one I've hit is still chasing me, I think. That's really interesting. Game, what are you doing? Okay, in terms of how the game is coded, that was very interesting. The fact that specifically the one that I hit... Well, I don't know. I only know that it was one of them that kept chasing me. But it looked like it was the one that I hit specifically wanted to chase me much further than the others did. Than the other ones that were just alerted. Which implies there's multiple alert states in the game. If you see what I mean. Oh no, it can't be. It must have been just a random one. Because that's the one that I hit before. Oh, we have more ads coming in a minute. Time to go. A bit of a paradox maybe. I mean, how can you know when the potion is useful? Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. And again, one of them specifically doesn't want to give up, even when the others have given up. Okay. Progress being made. The only reason the only reason I can see is hints maybe after you drink the potion. Some instructions appear to help resolve the puzzle. Maybe. I was also thinking it might be part of some hint system. It should experiment with the potions and reload the game so you don't lose it. Possibly, but I did try that once before and it didn't seem to do anything. Which is what led me to believe that, oh, you must only use it in certain parts of the game. Oops. Oh, that's fine. I didn't mean to do that, but... Right, there were 4 of them in here. And now there's only 1. And that one is going to, while they are running towards me, they're going to have to deal with all these arrows. There we go, I thought so. Is this... Oh, the weapon's gone. Okay. Well, we seem to have cleared the room. I've got a bad feeling I wasn't expected to come this way. Oh well. I also noticed my experience didn't seem to be going up. I'm saying use it as much as you want because you won't lose any reloading the save. I suppose so. Do I ever save before I started killing them all? Possibly. I don't think I was supposed to attack them. Because I was told, if they're the Griffs, and I was told once their king is returned to them, then they'll... they'll stop their civil war or whatever it was. And I fought my way through them just to gain access to an empty throne room, which doesn't seem very useful. Are they mostly back? Yeah, they're mostly back. So I don't have a save before I killed any of them, but I have only killed 2 of them. Hopefully the king won't be upset with me about that. He might be. But I suppose we would have the defense that, well... I suppose there's a difference between the real world and the game, right? My thinking is, how could I have known at the time? Like, from a game perspective, how could I have known that wasn't the direction I was supposed to go in? But I guess that's not much of... real world logic, that doesn't really work. How did I know I wasn't supposed to explore that way? So I had to kill your men. Maybe that's what I'm... maybe that is it, thinking about it. Maybe, maybe that's how I get the crystal scepter I need. Maybe I need to use the potion of revealing. That would make some sense now I think about it, because it was first hinted to us when we rescued her from the cell that there would be a crystal scepter down there. We then explored everywhere and found nothing. We then went back up and spoke to her, or we hadn't been there before, so it's not back up. We went up, spoke to her again, and she again told us there's a crystal scepter down there that you'll need to progress. So the game is really hinting heavily there's a crystal scepter down there specifically, and you need it. And yet, as I say, we have been everywhere and found nothing. So if there ever was going to be a point when a potion of revealing, you know, was likely to be... if there was any point in the game when the developers were going to hint at us that a potion of revealing is needed, surely this is it. Could be wrong. Maybe it's got nothing to do with it. Incidentally, so I get the scepter. I control. I don't know what we're doing. Riding the dragon, whatever we're doing. We rendezvous with the dragon and get it to freeze the lake over for us. I go over. I fight off the goblins. Was it? Rescue the Griff King. Okay. Very, very good. Then what? Where do we go from there? I know in terms of the overall objective of the game, I'm supposed to be going to the Sky Islands and completing the Mask of Eternity, which incidentally we still only have 3 pieces of, and there's supposed to be 5. But it's not clear how we continue that whole adventure. It's not clear how those two things dovetail together, if you see what I mean. How rescuing the Griff King's going to help with completing the Mask of Eternity and heading to the Sky Islands. Frosty, the expression to ride the magic dragon. Alexu, to ride the magic dragon is a euphemism commonly linked to the song Puff the Magic Dragon, referring to the use of psychedelic substances. Blimey. Right, let's take this Potion of Revealing. I think that's this one. It doesn't last long, does it? Well, I can always reload if I find nothing. Oh, is it already over? That's not good. Nothing. I think it's going to wear off before I can look around anywhere else. I may have to look up some hints. Nothing. Alright, I'm gonna look up some hints so we don't get stuck here for a great long time. UHS hints, King's Quest 8. The Barren region. Actually, do you know what? I'm going to quickly check to make sure I didn't miss a mask piece in the gnomes. Doesn't look like it. They're really... Okay, I mean, everything that's listed here is stuff we've done. Where can I find the Crystal Scepter? You must have missed it somewhere before this region. Try going back to the Barren region. That's where Queen Frieza lost it. I don't have it, do I? I didn't think I had it. No, I don't. It's located in the same room in which you use the elevator to get to the frozen reaches. Okay. That's very, very clear. It's in here. Oh, I'll tell you what it is. I bet it fell between the lift. Like the lift platform. It is probably a case of send the lift up and then look underneath. I almost did that on accident before. If that is the solution, it's a shame I didn't think of it. Because we've seen this before. I'll tell you what, if it is down there, it's not the easiest thing to find. No, it's not there. Ah, do I need to take the caps off? And then the steam, instead of sending the lift up, comes out of them, and then suddenly, whoosh, the scepter appears. Yeah. Is there any possibility that that would have worked if I hadn't already sent the lift up? No. Alright, what about on one side? Will it appear on the other? I didn't expect it to work with just one cap. Only one at a time. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. No. Here's a theory. Do you think there's another location we can get to? Maybe if it's only got one cap on, it doesn't go all the way up. And we end up only part way up and then can find the scepter.
Where am I? Well, perhaps I have not ascended all of the way up.
Ah ha ha ha!
This is Queen Frisa's crystal scepter.
Dearie me. That, yeah. That was a tough puzzle. That wasn't so bad once I knew where to start looking, but... yeah, that's a tough puzzle to figure out without any hints. Thank you. Alright, that's progress. Alright. So what's the plan now? I guess go to the dragon, use the scepter on the dragon. Hopefully the dragon will then freeze the lake, and then we're just fighting our way through to the Griff King. Incidentally, the Griff King should give us, according to the stuff I looked up earlier, I know I accidentally spoiled myself, we get the blue adamant that we need for the permanent potion of might from the Griff King. So I'm expecting that to happen. Still not clear how we get the next piece of the mask, though. Maybe it's in the Goblin Fortress? And even once I've done that, how do I then get to one of the islands? Is one of the Griffs going to fly us up there? I don't know. I don't know. There we go. I should probably give the scepter back once, because we got the Queen's permission to use the scepter with the dragon to freeze the lake. But once I've done that, I should probably hand the scepter back. I looked up the potion, and it is specific items that you can't find. Don't know where you are in the game related to the hidden items, but they say total number of potions is 4. Huh. Yeah, I've probably missed those hidden items then. I'm quite a long way into the game. I'm currently in the Frozen Reaches, I think they call it, which is the penultimate region in the game. So I think there's 7 regions in total. There's Daventry, the Realm of the Dead, the Swamp, the Gnome Underground, the Barren... what do they call it? The Barren Realm? The Barren Region? That's the Barren region was where we just picked up the scepter. That was like the region with all the fire and the ants and the lava. Now I'm in the frozen reaches, I think it was. And then there's some like islands in the sky next. So I'm quite a long way in. I'm much closer to the end than the beginning.
I see thou hast the hallowed scepter.
Indeed.
Aye, I do, Dragon. Queen Frieza has entrusted it to me. I understand you can fly me across the Great Lake.
I could, O bearer of the scepter, but not whilst the door is secured.
The door? Oh, I see. I shall open it promptly, Dragon. The door is locked. The door is locked. That chain has broken.
Indeed it has.
That chain has broken.
Oh, I need to pull on that. Do you remember back in Fort Daventry? There were chains like that and you pulled on them and it caused things to happen. Right, I get it now. So I want to slide that across so that it ends up under that chain and then I can pull on that chain. You should look into this more closely online. They give better explanations. Perhaps I will when we're nearly fighting the final boss. Oh, now this will move. I don't really want to spoil anything, but if we're just about to finish the game anyway, that might be a good time to go back and see what I've missed for completeness. Hello? I think the game's hung. I don't think this is the same problem we were seeing before, where the emulator was having problems, because the game music is still playing just fine. You notice that pattern that bugs... Oh, you can't see it because it's under my VTuber model deliberately, but the mini-map that always bugs out, it's still bugged out, but it's frozen. It's not constantly flickering like it usually does. Perhaps I can show you. There we go. It's got just a specific pattern of lines. Yep. And it's crashed. But again, I don't think that's an emulation problem. I think that is a legacy bug. That is a bug from when the game came out, I think. I could be wrong. It's always plausible. It's something to do with like the emulator not being perfect, some calculation being done incorrectly. But I think it's I think that was just a bug in the game. The only method to find a hidden item, I imagine, would be advice from an NPC or by reading something or some of the hints, like music, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. I know, right? Like, how would I know? Those potions of revealing only last a few seconds. How on earth would I know unless I had some sort of hint? Hello again, Raina. Are you cozy? Judging by that emoji. Is it cold where you are? In Britain, we seem to be having a bit of a cold spell. Which makes sense. Winter starts next month. I mean, so by which I mean it is unseasonably cold, but not like... Not massively, like, okay, so it's become cold slightly earlier than you might otherwise expect. It's not that surprising. I'm in New York, and it already snowed this month. Oh my goodness. So, yep, pretty chilly then. We've not had any snow where I am. Frosty the British. How do I actually get up on this thing now, though? Alexa, most comprehensive query. The British as a people are often associated with a rich tapestry of history, a distinct sense of humour, and a deep appreciation for tradition and politeness. Our cultural contributions from literature to our cultural contributions, so Frosty now considers himself to be British. Which is interesting, because I don't think the developer of Frosty is British. From literature to scientific endeavour are quite extensive. It is a heritage of which one can be justly proud. Right, where's that? It's right over my head, isn't it? There it is. And the door's open! Progress. Still, I hope you're keeping warm, Raina. Scepter time.
I see thou hast the hallowed scepter.
Aye, I do, Dragon. Queen Frieza has entrusted it to me. I understand you can fly me across the Great Lake.
I could.
I thought the idea was she froze the lake, though, so we could walk across. Oh my goodness, that was not a complimentary angle for Connor's poor low poly model. Nice sound design there. The thunderous footprints. And how do we come back if you're not freezing the lake?
On my back, vested one, and I shall fly thee across the lake.
I would still prefer you froze the lake so that I could come and go as I please. I mean, the temperatures appear to be below zero, so if you did freeze it, I don't think the lake is going to unfreeze anytime soon. I hope I'm not supposed to be in control here. No. This is indeed a cutscene. Well, I guess I'm trapped on this side, at least for now. Blimey.
I shall wait for thee if thou shouldst need transport back.
Well, that's very kind. Oh, what are we looking at? 2 directions we could travel in. And I'm guessing no real hint as to which direction we should favour. Nope, none. I'm not going mad, right? I swear they said freeze the lake. Have I made this up? Is this all in my head? I mean, I'm not complaining. I mean, they flew me across and they've offered to take me back. That's, you know, that does the job. Either I made it up or they did say it, and I wonder if they backed out for technical reasons. I wonder if the engine wasn't quite up to having an area that wasn't frozen and then... Or like having liquid water in the game engine that then becomes solid land or something. But no, that can't be it, because they managed it with the platforms, didn't they, in the lava? And surely that would be more complicated. Friend or foe? Just in case. Friend or foe? Foe, I think. Unfortunately for them, they are very slow moving. Which is going to make them easy prey to the walk backwards and fire arrows strategy. Poor thing. Oh, we leveled. 36, blimey. We've leveled quite quickly today, haven't we? Again, I'm starting to feel a bit overwhelmed with how many places I could go.
Alas, I cannot decipher these letters.
Interesting. I hope these are enemies and they're not just like walking over to give me a hug or something. Oh, there's a lot of them. I'm reading online a bit and they say nothing about hints or where and when to use the potion. Yeah, I wonder if that was intended for like ultra fans of the game who they were thinking would play it over and over and over and would therefore just discover the secrets by a huge amount of trial and error. I can't imagine how else they were thinking it would work. It is a bit of a... It is a little frustrating though to give the player an item like a potion of revelation, a potion of revealing, but then not give them the information they would need to use it well. You know, to give the player the impression that there's hidden stuff in the world, but then not give them the tools they need to make use of that without putting a truly unreasonable amount of trial and error. Because they're going to feel like they're missing out. They're going to feel like, well, I know there's stuff in the world that I should be able to find, I just don't know where it is. What's your favourite colour? Oh, I don't know. I don't really have a favourite colour. I use pink quite a lot in my in like my branding. Oh, sorry. L, what's your favourite colour? Going on up there then? There is a problem that might be a friend.
This will not work. This will not work.
This will not work. They thought of that one then. What's your favourite colour, Raina? NPC could have said, listen for a specific sound to hint when a hidden object is near. I really like green and yellow. They're very nice. Yellow's supposed to be a cheerful colour, isn't it? And I suppose green is the colour of greenery, of vibrant life. It's honestly a bit scary having them all just slowly walking towards us like this. They are quite lovely creatures though, aren't they? Appearance-wise. They look like somewhere between like a bear, a cat and Bigfoot. Welcome back, Pikachu. Frosty, what is chlorophyll? Do you make much art, Raina? Do you like to draw or to paint? Not that those are the only forms of art by any means. Right, it's not good, but I'm doing watercolour now. Oh, that's lovely. Well, I mean, you don't have to, especially if you feel nervous about it, but I'd certainly be interested in your sharing some pictures of your watercolours when you've finished. Again, if you don't want to, that's fine. Just makes me happy. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I think I've discussed this before. I do think there's a fundamental problem in society today that basic human behaviours, things that humans do naturally, like singing, dancing, making art, like those are basic, like literally that is basic human behaviour. That is what human beings do when they're left to their own devices. Nowadays we have a society where if you aren't doing them to a professional standard, there's a real danger you're going to be judged. And why? Why are we like that? Why, if someone's going to sing, do they have to sing well? Why can't you just say they enjoy singing? It makes them happy. Let them do it.
Trespasser, feel me might.
Uh-oh. That was close. All art is meant to allow humans to express their emotions. I definitely will. I just joined the Discord. Oh, that was very nice of you. I'll look forward to that. Took a bit more damage there than I'd like. Oh, but we leveled, so it doesn't matter. Got a ranged upgrade. That's nice. How are you feeling, Pikachu? Have you had your coffee? Right, so I could climb there. I've noticed the icon that says this is a climbable space. I tell you what, if I were redesigning this game, like I say, like not like from the ground up making an entirely new game, but if I were making a modern version of the engine to run on a modern PC, and I was allowed to put in little quality of life improvements, I would make the climbing icon a lot harder to miss. At present, it just appears in the bottom right corner. In fact, almost exactly where my VTuber model is, so you've possibly not seen it at all. But, oh, blimey, I've just had a shout out from Bex. That's probably because we're going to be streaming Deep Rock Galactic tomorrow. What was I thinking? Yeah, it's... Sorry, I was trying to find the point where we could climb so I could quickly show you the icon. It's just in a corner, and it's like, yeah, if you're paying attention, it's not hard to miss. But if you're not paying attention, it's very hard to miss. Yeah, if I lean over, you can see it. That's it. I walk over here, and then suddenly that appears. Now, most people, when they're playing the game, their attention is going to be on the middle of the screen, and that is so easy to miss if your focus is elsewhere. Regardless of the skills, art can be a good way to relax. I agree. It's so bad that, as I say, we expect people to be extremely skilled at these things, which fundamentally just make them happy. You know, that it's embarrassing to be a bad singer. And it is, like, I think we've all felt that sort of pressure, like, oh, I hope they don't hear me sing, or I hope they don't, you know, take a look at my drawings, or what have you. You just feel like you're going to be judged. Wait, where am I being attacked from? This is bad, because I literally don't know where they are. This direction seems more extensive than I expected. Hello, Pikachu. So I was asking Pikachu, how are you feeling? Have you had your coffee? Obviously, if you'd rather not answer, you don't have to. Okay. Well, by the process of elimination, they must have been farther up then. Oh, they could have been up there, actually. They could have been firing down at me from that fortress up there. Which would have been a nuisance. Well, they're nearby, clearly. Ah, there you are. That's where I was being attacked from. I had a half cup and then swapped it out for some super sour lemon soda. Interesting. I don't think this is supposed to be happening. The trouble is, I don't really want to save mid-combat. I'm gonna try and win the combat. And save. Is it getting slower, do you think? I think it is. Yes, I suppose you wanted to keep your sugar up. Oh my goodness. It's like... Is it Zeno's arrow? The arrow that it seems to take, that always crosses half the distance and then half again and half again as it approaches the target. This does seem a touch unplayable, doesn't it? Okay, it's unfortunate, but I'm just going to have to kill it. And just do that bit again. Hopefully my last save wasn't too far back. I don't actually remember when I last saved. Such an annoying little bug. Oh, here we go. Nearly. There we go. Right, how far back am I going? Do I even know when my last save was? I think the answer to that is no. I hate to say it, I think I'm going to have to do this by loading each of them and checking the map. Many people are concerned by the level of skill because it helps to bring income and validation, and the emotional impact can be lost in all that struggle. Yeah, but not everyone is doing it for income and validation. My point is that the arts, including singing and dancing, but also the other arts, those are natural things for humans to do. Like, if you look at, for example, primitive societies, tribal societies that, you know, are still more or less in the Stone Age, they do those sorts of things all the time. And there isn't that stigma around it. That is the Frozen Reaches. I can't be sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it just came out of modern capitalism. Because we do live in a society where, regrettably, people's worth often is equated with their ability to acquire income and their ability to work. That's what they're often reduced to. And it feels like that this is just an extension of that. I like art as an expression, actually. Not being amazing at it can feel kind of freeing. Because I know I'm doing it just to enjoy it. Of course I'd like to get better one day, but it's for its own sake. And I think that's just lovely. Personally. Hang on, you know what I should have also checked? My level. That would have been a good indicator of how far through I was in each save. I wish they would just sort the saves by time that they were made, or at the very least show me the modification date. Right, this save is later then, because I'm a higher level. That's an earlier one. Okay, so 2 appears to be the earliest, then 3, then 1. Which is absolutely fine. So was this before or after I took on the large group of them? Where am I precisely, actually? I'm not sure I'm where I thought I was. No, I am, aren't I? This is the pass which had all the enemies in before, isn't it? Yes. And then he said he couldn't read those runes. Okay, I am where I thought I was. That's alright. Maybe I do start climbing these things immediately. I kind of thought that these tower things we come across would lead to the next, like, big thing in the area, and so I should finish exploring and then climb them, but we found quite a few of those same towers now. Oh wait, that wasn't... Hang on, yeah, my memory was slightly incorrect. This obviously isn't a tower. And it's not climbable either with the grappling hook. Interesting. Okay. That's where that, what could be a 2-headed beast is up there, or it could be 2 beasts. Sorry, my mental map got slightly corrupted. So I remember now. So what's over there? Is that a healing item that I never picked up? Looks like it. Ah, right, okay. So So this was the way to the tower thing, wasn't it? Or was it? I'm not actually sure. This was. Right.
I am not near anything to climb.
You most assuredly are, Connor. Oh, look what's on the other end. Oh, nothing. I guess they wanted to show him... I swear there was like a bag in one hand for a second there. But not anymore. Let's swap weapon. Let's go back to the melee weapon. No, looks safe. Why then? What's the point of this place? Huh, it overlooks the same pass that we went through before. I wonder if the Potion of Revelation actually lets us look through the illusory walls. If you remember back in Daventry, Fort Daventry, we actually found an illusory wall. It appeared to be there, but we were able to walk through it. I wonder if that's what the Potion of Revelation does. I wonder if it makes those translucent or something. Oh, there's an interior area there that I missed. Still not clear why they would let me climb it though, if there was, you know, nothing in there. Well, I don't mind a few more potions. If anything, it's a little worrying how the degree to which the game is now furnishing me with decent potions. Right, let's save that. Rightio, let's carry on. So I'm not sure if I went up this way before. I may have missed it.
Die, ye gutless puny swine!
Oh, that wasn't very nice, was it? Oh my goodness. Connor's certainly come a long way from when he, from the start of the game, where he watched Sarah get turned into a statue. Well, that's progress. Oh my goodness. Change weapon.
Die, ye gutless puny swine!
Why are they so mean? They're attacking me as it is. Why do they have to literally add insult to injury? Uh-oh. That was looking very bad for a second there. I mean, I wouldn't say things look great as it is, but... Good. I'm not sure they have seen me. I was about to say I'm not sure if they've seen me yet. It is ridiculous how much easier the combat in this game would be if I could strafe. If I can climb that, that might well be the way forwards. Raina, do you have a watercolour set? I recently bought some watercolour pens since I'm a beginner too. I'm not sure if I said at the time, Pikachu, but I'd never heard of watercolour pens. I'm well familiar with watercolour paints. Ah, I can climb up here. But watercolour pens is a new one. Do you think this is where they've got the king? It is this is actually a very... This would be a very good place to hide the king, I think. This is not an easy spot to get to, and it is very defensible. And I'm dead. Suboptimal. Given that I come out right next to them, my best bet is probably to heal up to full health, get the sword out, and then just run at them. Alright, wish me luck. Right, that was definitely a net loss in terms of potions. Still, we won for what that's worth. And we're so close to leveling again. Pikachu, you know Pikachu, I have watercolour pens and also actual paints, and I use the paints more right now. I got a set on Amazon, like a beginner set, because I didn't know if I'd like it. There are some pens that have ink that are easily smeared with water. There are also pens that come with it, that you put water in it so you can draw with the water, or use it to blend the colours you put on the paper with the other pens. Oh, so when you say that have ink that are easily smeared with water, is this not in any way connected to watercolour paints? Is this a completely different substance? But I think I'm committed. Frosty, the British are coming. Ah, Alexu, a most amusing query. Rest assured, there is no imminent cause for alarm. We are quite settled here. Let me just eat 20 mushrooms in game. No, I'm not going to make that an IRL redeem. Oh, there's the king. Hello, your majesty. I should probably have a word with you before I... Where did you come from? You weren't there before. Okay, I can't even attack you from here. That's the first time we've seen an enemy be replaced. Do you know what? I'm going to come back here. I think there's a decent chance that the... What are you doing? I think there's a decent chance that the idea here...
Fie on thee, Thork. Stand thyself up, thou blubbering idiot.
Is that Lakrito?
The Lord. Thou art a scoundrel and an oaf. Do not anger me.
Nay, nay, Lord. Never would I. No. To what do I owe the honor of your visit, my liege?
I require thy service, Thorg. A human male will infiltrate thy mountain citadel. I want his prompt death. I can rely on thee and thy battalions, can I not?
Aye. Of course, me lord. Whatever you wish, consider it done, your holiness.
Good. Remember, Thorg. I shall be watching.
Is everything okay, Pikachu?
Sentry? Aye, sir. Go! Bring me my commander. Aye, sir. Drat, a human. Now, how to find him?
Oh, and I leveled. That's handy. I actually got a lot of experience for that. Because I was nearly leveled before, but I've got like a whole... Actually, that's not as much as I thought. That's only like a fifth of a level, maybe. Still, that's not bad for experience. Frosty, what is Paul Revere known for shouting? Alexu, Paul Revere is famously known for alerting colonial militiamen to the approach of British forces before the battles of Lexington and Concord. His cry was, "The British are coming," or similar variations, a crucial message at the time. Well, there are different opinions on that matter. I have a key. Can't get in there though. Oh well. Save again. What was I saying? I know there's a bunch more of this place that I haven't explored yet, which is why... And I want to explore everything, which is why I'm not making it a priority to go and rescue the king immediately. This famous extinct flightless bird was endemic to only one specific island in the Indian Ocean. Can you name this island? Find out when the ads end in about 3 minutes. I was gonna say, surely they're talking about the dodo, but of course that isn't the question. I don't know. I don't recall the name of the island. So let's finish exploring this place before I try and rescue the king. I've got the key, so presumably I just need to use the key. Still a little unclear on how things will progress. Once the king's safe. Ah, that's the same fort. More potions? Looks like it. Dodo Island? Wait, surely you don't have an actual dodo emote? Hello, that appears to be Unicode. As opposed to a Twitch emote. There is apparently a dodo emoji. Blimey. Frosty, what are the other two forms of Pikachu? To answer your query, Alexu, I should actually know the answer to that. One's Raichu, obviously. What's the one that they added before, the pre-evolution, before Pikachu? Pichu's? To answer your query, Alexi, Pichu's other forms are Pichu, its pre-evolution, and Raichu, its evolved state. A rather charming set of creatures. The dodo, a bird that went extinct in the late 17th century, was a native exclusively to the island of Mauritius. Ah. And here I thought you were going to ask what the other two forms of Pikachu are. Interesting place I found myself, overlooking the lovely dragon that brought us over here. Interesting. I'm kind of surprised there doesn't appear to be a secret here, because it wasn't necessarily. There's no reason why we need to be able to get here. The developers could easily have just not created a path over here, but they did create a path over here, and it was using the same mechanic that they introduced in this area, these like sharp angles that you can jump over. They were using that multiple times. Like, it really felt like the developers were setting that up to be discovered. Frosty, how do you dodo? Oh my goodness. Pikachu, you have a lot of Pikachu emotes. Is that Toast? Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side? Let's have another 20 mushrooms. I don't think we're going to pick up many more mushrooms in this game from this point on. The game just seems to exclusively be giving us higher value healing items, and quite right too, because the mushrooms, although they were good when we first started the game, they are a bit useless now. It has to be said. To get away from KFC? What is that emote, Pikachu? Frog Ponder. It's a good emote. Because peace sign rooster head. Presumably I go down through there then. Friend or foe? No sign of any friends or foes.
I am not close enough.
Are you not?
I am not close enough.
Oh my goodness.
I am not close enough.
What do you mean you're not close enough?
I am not close enough. I am not close enough.
You absolutely are. There we go. I wonder if the camera mode actually was relevant there. I wonder if when the camera moves it, like, I wonder if the game calculates character distance from the camera position.
I am not close enough. I am not close enough. I am not close enough.
Actually, that would have the opposite effect, wouldn't it? Because the third over-the-shoulder camera will be farther away. You seem distressed, Pikachu. Everything okay? Wonderful. Nice stash of potions here that we've just liberated. Is anyone here particularly a KFC fan? More of those enemies. Just a bit of banter. Oh look! And one of them slid down the mountain. I'm not being approached. Oh dear, 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 dear. Yeah, I was gonna say those footsteps sounded a bit close. Night of the Living Bigfoot Bear Cat. I definitely need to think about my retreat. We're gonna level soon off of this. The Yetis are coming. Indeed. Are these abominable snowmen? Oh, we leveled again. We're up to 39. I think that means we've leveled at least 10 times tonight? I've forgotten what level we started on. But I'm pretty sure earlier tonight we were at least as low as 29. Oh, dearie me. Wow. Such a large area. I just wonder how much more there is here that's unexplored. This goes back to the dragon, doesn't it? The dragon that helped us over here, yes. That's alright then. I can't tell if this is a situation like with the Baron. The Baron realm, or whatever they called it, where actually all of this is mandatory. We're going to have to do it. It's just because I haven't progressed some of the quests, I haven't yet been told I'm supposed to be here, and subsequently I'm just going to like suddenly make a lot of progress in quick succession, where I like rescue someone, then they say, oh, can you get, I've lost my such and such, can you help find it, brave adventurer? And I'm like, oh yeah, I've got it here. Or wait, what? Something invisible's attacking me. No, I'm dead. Did I save after fighting off all those Yetis? I think I did. I think that's my... I think that's where I saved last. The banter about Yetis is quite amusing. It is wonderful to see chat embracing diverse interests, from artistic expression to historical facts, and Magnifico Games' dedication to maintaining a gentle and understanding environment where all feel comfortable sharing is truly commendable. I did notice that thing, whatever it was, absolutely shredded my health. I'm just doing this to fill out the map, incidentally, in case you're wondering why I'm going back somewhere that I know we've seen before. But once I've filled out the map a little bit more, I'm going to save, so we don't have to do it again. So yeah, I can't help but think that that potion of revealing would probably let us see whatever that invisible creature is. This is, of course, the first time we've had any need of such a thing. But I also feel like I probably don't need it. I think there's some sort of particle effect where that creature moves around, and even if there isn't, it seems quite big. I don't think there's a lot of places it could be. If that makes sense. Like, I was hitting it before, the only problem was I was getting hit myself a bit more than I probably should have been. Right, let's save there before I aggro anything. Let's see if I can't find that creature again. Still nothing aggroed, so we'll save again. Well, I won. What a fight, though. That thing was, I guess I never properly got to see it, in its natural form. Because it shattered as it was becoming visible. Dear me, I hope there's only one of those. That was, not pleasant. More of those runes.
I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. Alas, I cannot decipher these letters. I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond.
It looks like there's a sword there. No! Well, fortunately we saved after the big battle, so the fact that I'm going to have to restart here isn't that big of a deal. Rightio, where were we? Was that my most recent save? Hard to say, because the game doesn't tell me. Oh, of course, because the game, because the game knows it didn't shut down cleanly, it's gonna copy all the files over again. What did everyone have for breakfast? If you don't mind my asking. I had porridge. I believe you call that oatmeal in the United States. Yogurt. Ooh. Flavoured yogurt? Greek style yogurt? Living yogurt? I think this was post-fight. Ah, I can see the sword now. It's actually buried in the ice. Presumably I have to do something to get it to release.
I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. Zounds! A flaming sword and a block of ice. How can I attain it?
Throw a rock at it?
I have an idea. I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. Zounds! A flaming sword and a block of ice. How can I attain it?
He says he has an idea, but I'm actually not sure what this idea is. Is he just going to break the ice with stones?
Aha!
Aha, what? Is that done? I mean, I don't think I can walk on this anymore, can I?
I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond.
Well, that seems to have been a waste. So I've broken the surface of the pond, but so what?
I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. Zounds! A flaming sword and a block of ice. How can I attain it?
How does this help?
I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond.
I can't push it? I can't attack it? Thoughts, chat? What was the point?
I should move cautiously.
It's a puzzle to get the.
Pond.
It's a puzzle to get the sword, and Connor seemed very happy with himself when he broke the ice with some stones.
I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond.
You can't just take it? No, it doesn't seem like it. He said, when I threw one of the stones in first of all, I was trying to throw it at the sword, thinking I might be able to smash something there. But he said, but instead it broke up the ice underneath. And when I first did that, he said, aha, I have a plan. The only problem is, I, the player, wasn't privy to the plan. I don't know what Connor's plan was.
Move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. Alas, I cannot decipher these letters.
Maybe break the whole pond? Well, he seems to think he's done that. He said...
I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond.
He said something like, aha! And on that occasion, I didn't get the stone back. And if I throw any more stones, I also don't get those back. They just fall beneath the ice. So he's acting as though he's achieved what he was setting out to do.
I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond.
I am utterly...
I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond.
Perplexed as to what the plan here was. I don't need the molten stone thing, do I? I've forgotten what it was called. This thing.
This will not work.
No. You'd think it would break with him jumping around on it despite his words. I know.
I am not near anything to climb.
I just don't know.
Zounds! A flaming sword and a block of ice. How can I attain it? I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond. I should move cautiously across the thin ice of this pond.
I suppose if he wanted to submerge something else under the ice, that would do it. Ah. Well, that hurt. Huzzah! We did it! We figured it out. So that whole item, presumably, only existed in the game for the one purpose of helping me get that sword. I do feel like we're probably heading into the legendary sword territory at this point. Like, I don't know this sword's name, but a big flaming sword that was completely encapsulated in some ice. That feels like that's probably a sword with a name, don't you think? Yay! Excalibur? No, that was from a lake, wasn't it? The Lady of the Lake just threw it at King Arthur. Flamberg? Maybe this is the legendary Flamberg. I think that's everything. I think that's everything explored now. Over here. Looks that way. So yay progress. Let's have a celebratory save. Frosty, the name of the flaming sword was... Ah, Alexa, you refer to the flaming sword within King's Quest 8. It is indeed a powerful artifact in the game, often simply known by that descriptive title, or the Sword of the Sun. Its radiant glow is quite remarkable, serving a crucial purpose in your noble quest. We're gonna die if we jump down there, I think. Well, let's find out. Yep. I have been proven correct. Alright, we have to go around the long way. We know where the king is because we've literally looked at we've been in the same room as the king. He was locked in the cell. So we know where he is. I just need to go back there and actually free him. That'll put an end to the civil war between the Griffs. Which will make the Snow Nymph Queen happy. She doesn't like them fighting. O'clock. Wars are bad. Hey, Gaming with Dean. It's a pleasure to see you as always. How are you today? Why would a king need a mask? Alexi, the king in King's Quest 8 requires a mask as it is the titular mask of eternity. Its significance is central to this quest, often involving powerful magic or protection, a most intriguing mystery. Where am I going wrong? Oh, I think I need to backtrack a bit more to get where we're going. Yes, the game is a bit vague on precisely what the Mask of Eternity is, or why it bears the name Eternity in its title. It's possible that they clear that all up at the end of the game, but so far we've just been told what a terribly powerful artifact it is and how central it is to the events of the world around us. But it's a bit light on specifics. Tired mostly. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Long day? If you don't mind my asking, so you don't have to answer. I hope this is the right way. I've got a bad feeling it isn't. Nope, this is the right way. Hello, Gaming with Dean. To people watching back these videos on, well, when it's in video form on YouTube, it must be quite peculiar, some of the things I say, because I'll be responding and then I'll read out a comment in chat, but of course they can't see chat. Let's give Gaming with Dean a shout out. I'm just assuming the king wants to live forever in service to his people. Yeah, the evidence is not pointing towards that conclusion. Gaming with Dean appears to be a delightful UK-based streaming group known for their British humour and a penchant for Souls-like games. They seem to enjoy blind playthroughs, often with a ginger-haired VTuber. Recently, they've been testing voice programs and preparing for multiplayer sessions. Elden Ring and The Witcher seem to be recent favourites. Hey Pikachu, how's 7 Days to Die? Hello there. This is King Griff. That is not the big bad who broke the Mask of Eternity. Let me put the sword away.
Hasten, noble warrior. Release me from Thork Citadel.
Aye, your majesty. But first, pray tell, who is Thork?
Thork is the lord of the Frost Orcs, and master of this mountain citadel. A most foul being is he. During a sudden tempest, he spied a chance to strike, and did so most quickly. I was caught off guard, and fell into his vile clutches. Now my griffs run amok, and chaos upsets our world. Hasten, brave knight, set me free!
Why are we just accepting it as perfectly natural and perfectly natural to the point that, you know, it shouldn't even be questioned that when you're not around, your griffs, that is the people, that your people, those that serve you, will be running amok.
Zounds! Never have I seen lightning in a device before.
Oh. Ah!
Zounds! Never have I seen lightning in a device before.
I know exactly what that's for. I guess I'm tired from stress and always stressed. I'm sorry to hear that. Frosty, why do you people say gingers have no soul? Interesting. Going well. I have food and drink more often. And make a bike cycling past zombies now. Oh, 7 days to die, I see.
Thank you, brave knight. Now I must return to my flock and bring them to order.
Aye, your majesty.
2 of them are dead. 3 of them, actually. 1 of them was attacking a woman. Okay. Shame I don't have the blue adamant yet, because that is exactly exactly what I could do with her. Oh, we're about to be attacked by Thork. Blimey. Well, that did not go well for them.
Prepare to die, mortal!
Not me. You, Thork.
That's his default comeback in this game, by the way. That's Connor's comeback. Whenever someone suggests something unpleasant is going to happen to him, or they're going to do something unpleasant to him, his comeback is, "You, not me." Oh, that went well. Oh my goodness. There's nothing left of him. They can't catch you when you're bike riding. That's a point. Why do you never see zombies cycling in video games? I mean, you see zombies doing all sorts of other things that they would have done in their previous lives. Like, they seem to have some they seem to retain a number of vocational skills, for want of a better term. Like, they know how to use tools and so on often. Why no cycling zombies? They say it's something you never forget.
An amulet with deciphering abilities.
Although I have indeed forgotten how to cycle.
Could be a locking device. I see a slot. Perhaps something fits there. This will not work.
Interesting. Well, there is the whole... Now I can decipher the runes. I can go back and read those messages.
'Tis a bad place for such a wide gap.
I hope not, but there are zombie buzzards and more. Blimey. Oh yes, I like summoning zombie demon chickens. What? Frosty, did you ignore my last question? Not at all, Oxu. I strive to address every query. I believe I responded to your question about King's Quest Mask just moments ago. I do hope you found the explanation clear. I think your question got blocked. Let me allow it. There we go. It got auto-modded. Indeed, Alexia, the saying gingers have no soul is a rather unfortunate and baseless stereotype, often rooted in historical prejudice or folklore, rather than any truth. It is important to remember that such expressions are entirely unfounded and become quite hurtful. Here in El Magnifico Games' community, we foster an environment of kindness and respect for all, celebrating every individual's unique qualities. I have to say, I have never heard that expression before. There's one. Oh, there's that beast up there, isn't there? I forgot about that.
Alas, I cannot decipher these letters. Only a blade of fire can sever the heads of the drake.
Well, I have a blade of fire, which is fantastic, but how do I get to the drake? The other pillar, like the pillar with runes on, or letters or whatever they were, that was by the fire sword, so that was probably telling me how to get to it. Ah, I can climb up. I thought I tried that earlier and I couldn't. Did I just miss the symbol, or was it scripted to only appear now? I've heard of the phrase treated like a red-headed stepchild, but I don't get it. I think red hair is beautiful. I know that in Britain, red-headed people get teased a lot.
A two-headed dragon. Ne'er have I seen such a sight.
Yeah, for whatever reason, ginger people get a lot of teasing in Britain.
Good. The fire from my blade sealed shut those wounds. The dragon will terrorize no more.
It was chained up! How much terrorizing do you think it was really doing? Oh my goodness, Connor. Interesting. I think that's probably the way to the next section of the game. So let's go back and blast. Let's go back and complete the rest of this. So there's treasure in a device which, or rather there's treasure behind a locked door, and the mechanism to open the door we don't currently know how to open. Looks like there's some lever or something that we need to find. Blimey, level 41.
I am not near anything to climb. I am not near anything to climb.
You absolutely are. I don't particularly want to die because you're not giving me the prompt. Prompt, please. Oh, you give me the prompt at the bottom. What was I thinking? So there's the treasure there we want to get. And we can also probably make the permanent potion of might at this point. I just need to collect the blue adamant. I've heard many expressions about people with red hair, but didn't really understand what their meaning was. Sometimes when the sun catches my hair, it is a reddish tint, and I imagine what it would be like to dye my hair auburn. You could. Absolutely could if you wanted. Well, that's enough ginger stuff for me. I'm off. Have a good day. Have a good day, Dean. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. No, don't go gaming with Dean. On a different note, do you have ginger nut biscuits in the US? Shame I can't just teleport back. What day of the week is it? It's Friday, isn't it? So I've got my Deep Rock Galactic stream with Bex tomorrow. Let's put the sword away. No, not get the bow out. Hang on, if I'm right, and defeating that Drake was necessary to get to the next area of the game, then that also implies that I was guaranteed to have the fire sword by this point. That wasn't some optional thing that I happened to benefit from.
May I presume transport back across the Great Lake?
Aye, thou mayst. Climb thou on my back, and I shall take thee.
Yeah, sorry, that's not just some something I benefited from because I was making sure I was doing everything I could in the game. Is on the critical path. Oh, in fact, that's the wrong term, isn't it? It's on the it's a mandatory part of the game.
I shall wait for thee if thou shouldst need transport back.
Thank you, dragon.
That's jolly nice of you. Right, let's go back. We should speak to the Queen of the Snow Nymphs. If I offer her her scepter back, hopefully we'll still be able to use the dragon to get to the other side. And I'll also try pick up the blue adamant from the king of the Griffs. Are they going to attack? No, I think we're good. The monster is mentioned in the list of invisible uses for the potion. The monster... Oh, that one. Right. What is all this sparkling going on?
I see you escaped the Citadel in safety, Your Majesty.
Aye, brave knight. Thanks to you. And now, I restored order to my errant flock.
'Twas the least I could do, Your Majesty.
Nay, you are very brave. One such as you is deserving of more than a mere bauble. But that is all I have to give. Here, a blue adamant. It is not much, but I hope it may prove useful.
We can get the permanent potion of might now.
This is a blue adamant.
You've not... Yeah, but what is a blue adamant?
This is a blue adamant.
Okay, not going to explain. Rightio, over to the Snow Nymph Queen. I don't know if she'll have any more dialogue, but she was the one that asked us to try and free the Griff King. She may have new dialogue. She may have something useful to offer. We'll have to see. Ideally, some sort of lever device. I may end up just looking up a hint for how I get in there if she doesn't offer. But I'm hoping the Queen of the Snow Nymphs is going to offer us a means of getting to that treasure. If not, then I'm going to have to look up a hint.
Queen Frieza, whither can I exit your realm?
This is the end of the world, Sir Knight. There is naught beyond. The only exit is back to the sweltering region down under.
How now? There must be, Your Majesty. My quest is clear. I must journey to the realm of the sun and return the Mask of Eternity.
Verily, I have heard of the realm of the sun, Sir Knight, but I know not of its location. You will have to seek it yourself.
Aye, Your Majesty. I shall do so.
By the way, the items don't have a title or description in the game. No, the game. I mean, the character may. Characters in the world may talk about the items, and by virtue of that, they may have a name. But no, the interface doesn't show a name for them, and sometimes the description is.
This is a blue adamant.
Which gives me a name, but nothing else.
I carry the tongue of a basilisk. A small crystal pyramid dimmed by a mysterious darkness. This small crystal pyramid sparkles brilliantly.
Scepter.
Is this your crystal scepter, Queen Frieza?
Aye, Sir Champion, it is. Forsooth, you need it more than I do. Pray, use it with my dragon so that it will fly you across the great icy lake.
I understand, Your Majesty. Thank you.
Okay, let's have a quick look then to see how I get into the treasure room before I continue. Because, like I say, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, I am gonna do that. I'm pretty sure that once I go past the area where the Drake is, that's gonna take me to the realm of the sun. Oh, how can I get the fourth mask piece behind the grate? Okay, then that's not optional. If that's the case, then I will hold out on finding a hint, on looking up a hint for a little while longer. Not necessarily a lot longer, but I will at least go back there and re-examine the area before I resort to a hint.
Climb thou on my back, vested one, and I shall fly thee across the lake.
I do know that the Snow Nymph Queen hasn't considered, so far as I can tell, how she's going to get her scepter back. Because, yes, I need to get across the Great Lake. Absolutely. But I get across the Great Lake, I then bearing in mind I've already done the quest she set for me, which was to free the King Griff. I get across the lake. I then continue my quest that takes me to other realms? How am I getting back here with her?
I shall wait for thee if thou shouldst need transport back.
Thank you, dragon.
How am I getting back with her scepter? He's talking to himself, or his thoughts are expressed through sound. I don't know. You mean when I examine an item, I don't know which it is? Here we go. Let's start by making the permanent might potion, because we know we want to do that, and we have everything we need to do it. So let's just make progress with that to begin with. Also, when I'm back up there, there's a slim chance I'll find the item we need to get across the grate. It's possible that it's up here and I just missed it before. I've just noticed the blurring of objects when they're far away. They've done that, I'm pretty sure, to save to make the drawing easier, to make it less processing intensive. I think they're probably using some sort of MIP mapping to make faraway textures less detailed. I could be wrong, but it does create the illusion of depth of field, doesn't it? Which I don't think is the intention. Anywho, right, basilisk tongue.
'Tis not lightning, but it may work.
Golden mushroom. Blue adamant. Here we go. Blimey. That was a significant boost. I don't know how much, if at all, our ranged attack went up, but our melee attack went up by a factor of... went up by 100, not a factor of. That would be incredible. No, I'm pretty sure we just jumped from our melee attack doing 380 to 480, which is a significant boost. That's slightly more than a 20% boost to damage. The level of detail is very confusing sometimes. Nap time. See you later out, Magnifico Games and chat. Okie dokie, Pikachu. Hope you have a wonderful nap. A restful nap. A rejuvenating nap. I went in this way rather than jumping down again because I knew there was an ice spike there and I didn't particularly want to get proinked. Huh. I got a stone back. I guess that's in case the player had come this far and didn't have any stones on them to break the ice. Perhaps I'd used them up earlier or something. Can I take that? No. So I think we need to get through here. I think there's a mask piece over there by the sounds of it. Judging by the hint guide. And the question is, how do I open this? Did he just pop a great rune? Pretty much.
Could be a locking device.
But it's permanent.
I see a slot. Perhaps something fits there.
I'm sure it does, but what?
This will not work. This will not work. This is Queen Frisa's crystal scepter.
Oh, ads incoming. The thing is, yet again, we've been pretty exhaustive. Oh, hang on. Can I pick this up? That'll be it.
This will not work. This will not work.
That's not it. Well, now you've intrigued me. What was the point in letting me pick up that icicle if it's not
This will not work.
for that mechanism? Because I don't know of any other puzzles in the area. Do I melt it to size or something?
An amulet with deciphering abilities. I bear a piece of the Mask of Eternity. I carry a shard of ice.
Oh, ads. Hold on, during this ad break I might actually take a break myself. Let me just get that set up. So, I'll be back very shortly. Where's my intermission screen? There it is. I have returned. Oh, and the ads are about to end. That worked out well. Maybe the scepter. I tried the scepter. I thought the exact same thing, Alexu.
Work.
So, just to recap, we're trying to open this gate. It looks like there should be a lever that fits in here.
Could be a locking device. I see a slot. Perhaps something fits there.
But I don't think we have anything in our inventory that fits the bill. And to add to that mystery, we have an icicle and we don't know what to do with it. And the icicle definitely doesn't fit in there. I tried that. Nice if that had worked, but it didn't. Yep, I'm gonna have to look up a hint, I think. You'll have to find a way to open it. Yes. Look at the slot in the wall for a clue. Yeah. Be sure to pick up the ice shard from the floor. So that is connected then. See, I was thinking, do I shape the ice shard so that it fits? But how would I do that? I'm gonna need another hint. The ice shard needs to be reshaped so it'll fit the slot. Okay, so I was right in my reasoning there. But how? Like, I have the flame sword, but I don't think I can just choose to use it on...
I possess a searing flame sword.
On the icicle? No. Just because of the way the interface to the game works. You'd think a flaming sword would be ideal for shaping an icicle. But short of that, I don't know. Like, what have we seen in the game so far that would let us do that? I'm looking up another hint. Walk out of the citadel. Do you notice that the wide gap at the base of the door? You mean that? Walk out of the citadel. Do you notice that wide gap at the base of the door? I'm really not following. I mean, if you mean like the large step, then yes. I'm gonna need another hint. The gap is just the size of what you need to fit into that slot. Do you think?
I have an idea.
Alright. I would not have thought of that in a million years. Oh, and then I use the ice bow to refreeze it. So I've got an ice bow and a flame sword.
Aha! Success.
So the game wants to make sure I have both of those items before I carry on. This would not have occurred to me.
I possess a lever made of ice.
Well, progress. Blimey.
Aye, it worked. I hope to not break.
Progress. You're wondering if they're alive, aren't you? They're just gonna unfreeze and attack you. And why are they in there in the first place? Seemed a bit unnecessary, but still.
Aha! Another mask piece.
And now we're attacked. And we've leveled.
The mask belongs to my master. It will not aid you.
Twill not aid you either.
Oh wow, look at her. Plus the potion, our armor's at 100. I wonder if that means we take 0 damage. As in like 100% damage reduction. There, look at the mask. And notice the fact that the mask didn't render for a second there. It just showed the default. Like with the default mask icon with the one piece of the mask in the left hand side. And then suddenly it all appeared as if it was, the game was, I don't know, looking up the correct texture to display there, or loading it, or drawing it. Still, that's another mask piece. That's some major progress. And of course, now the game fails. This is fine. We just restart the emulator as we always do. And then it's off to the Realm of the Sun, I believe. Okay, this is running too slowly to shut it down normally, I think. Let's keep going. So the last part of the mask. Yeah, that must be in the last region of the game, I suppose. I mean, where else is it going to be? And then there's going to be Locrito to fight, if I'm remembering his name correctly. I don't think there's any quests either that we haven't done yet. Anything that we've been asked to do which we haven't done. Copying files to hard drive. So as you can see, it's currently loading the Frozen Reaches, and that is the frozen. You can see the blue water. That part of the artwork is coloured in. We're going to the islands in the sky next, so that's what will be coloured in then, I assume. I wonder if we'll ever get to see that artwork in full colour with all the regions filled in. Can you just make a shortcut on the desktop to access the game quickly? I mean, I could, but I don't... With load times like that, I don't think it's the time it takes me to click to get the executable running that's actually limiting us. Like, it's a few seconds more compared to like a minute or more load time. Plus time for Win to shut down the emulator when it gets into trouble. And to start up Windows 98 again. Like, I haven't actually timed it, but we must be looking at least 2 to 3 minutes downtime. The time I'd save by having a desktop shortcut is negligible. And it's not like once I finish this game I'm likely to play it again anytime soon. Not that I haven't been enjoying it, and not that it isn't a good game. It's just not my style. Once I've finished a game, I usually move on to the next. And I think that especially makes sense of a puzzle game like this. So the developers have railroaded us a bit here, in that they've made sure by the time we reach this point in the game, we've definitely picked up the flame sword and we've definitely picked up the ice bow. Which is notable because up to this point there were lots of optional weapons that we could pick up. Oh, the game just gave me XP for no particular reason. Yes, up till now it was very much up to us to find the best weapon in the area that we could. But at this point in the game, it would be impossible to proceed unless you had those weapons specifically. I guess you could go back earlier in the game if you really wanted and pick up a worse weapon. I don't know why you would. But yeah, no matter what players had been using up to this point, they're now all using the same weapon in theory. Is that the position the body was in before? I'm not sure if it is. Right, so down here I suppose. Looks like there's at least one more puzzle to be had. Or maybe that's just to help us get back up if we jump down here too early. You're about to load a new region. Are you sure you want to do that? Yes. Here we go. Oh! There's another region in the game. Huh. I thought we were going to the islands now. We're not. I must have simply... Was this mentioned in the manual and I just forgot? The Frozen Reach is the realm of the sun. This is a celestial world where the Temple of the Mask of Eternity resides. There is no physical connection between this and the other lands. This realm is Connor's final destination, where he will meet his ultimate destiny. This isn't in the manual. It's an interesting game. Can't say it's fun, but they did a good job. You don't think it's fun? So just to show you, they've somewhat... it looks like the game developers may have surprised players here. We started in the Kingdom of Daventry, went to the Dimension of Death, went to the Swamp, went to the Underground Realm of the Gnomes, went to the Barren Region, went to the Frozen Reaches. Note, in that order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is what we've done so far. But we're not in the Realm of the Sun. The Realm of the Sun is up there. We're over here. So I don't know if this is just going to be a very short... a short section of the game, which just acts as a bridge to the Realm of the Sun, or if there's actually an entire region that the developers kept secret from the player. While the game prepares itself, one wonders if a desktop shortcut would indeed expedite our journey. Still, this map offers a moment for contemplation, wouldn't you agree? Ah, look at this. This area is tiny. Yeah, so this isn't an entire new region of the game that has been sprung on us. I wouldn't necessarily have been against that. I was just a bit taken by surprise. I think I'm right in saying that this is just a bridge area. This is supposed to get us from one place to the other. I noticed a little pyramid around some vaguely Stonehenge-shaped monuments. Not that they're configured like Stonehenges. In fact, they're a lot smaller. So I have 2 pyramids I could use. I don't know which one I'm supposed to. If I had to guess, I'd say it's more likely I'm supposed to use the bright pyramid here than the dark one.
This will not work.
Right, the dark one's no good. The light one does work. The puzzle parts make it interesting, but that's it. That's not entirely unfair.
Hail, champion eternal, thou hast completed thy worldly tasks. Thou art now prepared for entry to the realm of the sun. Behold.
You're about to load a new region. Are you sure you want to do that? Yes. Why me? Here we go then. Oh, they've also coloured in a bit of the sea. Copying files to hard drive. Oh, and the Mask of Eternity is also coloured in now. Yeah, I'd agree that if you take away the puzzles, what remains isn't particularly impressive by today's standards. This was something I identified in the very first King's Quest VIII stream, that the movement and the combat is really clunky. You know, and it's not all that compelling. And I do think they could have done a better job. Even at the time. Like, I don't think... it's true to say that having... loading Realm of the Sun level 1. It's true to say that having, you know, faster PCs would have helped. You know, there's more things you could have done. Huh, they
By
just...
my oath, am I really here, in the realm of the sun?
They just forced me to have an ice bow, even though I already had an ice bow. Which is interesting. That suggests that they were worried that the player might have abandoned the ice bow between putting the lever in and getting here, and then presumably wouldn't be able to complete the game. That supports a suspicion I have that the ice bow and flame sword are probably used to complete a puzzle here, involving those 2 elements. What was I thinking? Yeah, obviously having access to, you know, faster PCs than were available in 1998 would have helped, but I don't think that's... I do genuinely think they could have done a better job with what they had. Is that an invisible enemy? Looks like it. That's not hitting anything, so it must be something coming down from above. Just, don't mind me, just destroying priceless vases. In the off chance someone's stored something useful inside them. Oh, they have. Healing items. They are tanky. The music's ramped up a bit, hasn't it? Right, I can't freeze the water. The water's not dangerous though, so far as... Oh my goodness. That literally made me jump. That nearly killed me in a hit. Oh, I accidentally ate a potion of might. Drank, I should say. And now I've leveled. Well, I have so many potions of might, I may as well make that cannon now. And just save it in. But I did somewhat fumble my controls there. Ow. What even is that? Is that 2 new enemies that we've never seen before? Wait, how am I close to leveling again? They must be giving me an absurd amount of XP. That almost suggests that the developers want to make everything up to this point not matter anymore. They want to, because they want to give you so many levels so quickly that it doesn't matter whether you've been investing heavily in levels or not. They want all players, by the time they get to presumably the final boss fight, to be around the same level that they're planned.
A small medallion depicting the Mask of Eternity.
If I'm right about that, the problem with that as design is it penalises people that want to play the game more slowly and see everything. I mean, okay, sure, they get to see everything, which is a reward on its own, but there's no material benefit in the world for having done it. Like, a player that just went through everything as quickly as they could is going to be in pretty much the exact same position. Because they've had their weapons forced to be the same, and they're going to quickly catch up in levels as well, if I understand correctly. Very dark, isn't it? I didn't get an absurd amount of XP that time. Maybe I didn't level. I thought I heard the flame noise of leveling. Maybe I did just hit the potion that I meant to use, and that's why my health came back. Yeah, I'm not getting obscene amounts of XP now. Maybe I am just mistaken. Is this where we use the medallion?
'Tis locked. There must be a key. This will not work.
Okay. I don't know about you, but I'm having a lot more trouble just seeing the game now. Like, I'm genuinely finding it hard to understand what's in the distance.
Hark! Seek thou the tablet of knowledge. Thou shalt not enter the hall of truth without it.
Right.
Alas, 'tis locked.
I hope there's not too many levels of this. Because I did notice it said Realm of the Sun level 1. Oops. That's on me. Yeah, okay, the highest level healing item does seem to give me a full heal. Maybe that was the flame noise I heard. That would make sense. I'm just saying, I'm not that bothered yet, but I do think this section of the game could overstay its welcome. Because this feels like it's basically just a combat gauntlet. Just fight through the enemies till you get the appropriate key. A bit difficult to tell if an old game is good considering how much the industry has changed since it was created. Well, I'm not sure it's so much the industry as the games themselves. And the technology.
Beyond my reach.
Oh, blimey. Shoot. Off with you. At least they're being generous with the healing items.
What is the power of truth?
I know not the answer. I shall seek it.
Oh, they put my weapon away, that was nice. Excellent. I think this background music may be trying to, among other things, contrast order and chaos. Because there were parts of it that sounded like it really was quite a chaotic, just... string of notes, and then the like call and response was with a much more imperious sounding part. And you know, you think of something like the Roman Empire and you think of order, among other things. Among many other things. Alright, why is the floor different there? I wonder if what we're fighting here are the rightful guardians of this place who either don't understand or don't care that the place has been repurposed for evil. And that is definitely different. Or if these are entities that Locrito brought in. Right, so those two paths have met up. Wait, I'm under attack. I didn't even see you there. Another section of floor that looks a bit different. Oh, is that summoning enemies? Will it do so infinitely? Or is it a one-off trap? If it had any connection to the enemies, it appears to be one-off. No! Oh, this is fine. I saved very... This isn't the right save I've just loaded. But I meant to save. I accidentally hit load. I've loaded the wrong save because this is much earlier. But I had only just saved before I was saving again. I think I'm one enemy behind now. So this isn't the end of the world. Just a minor setback. I see the industry as everything from game creators to the consumer and the technology they can use. But only some of those are relevant to
It is beyond my reach.
To how good or bad the... Only some of those will have a bearing on how good or bad the game is. You know, the fact that, or at least only some of those will be relevant to an assessment of how good or bad a game is. The fact that, for example, game developers tend to be much larger companies now with much larger teams really has nothing to do with assessing whether the games themselves are good or not. Because at the end of the day, if a game feels great, but it happened to be produced by a large team and you hate large teams, you're not going to say, oh no, actually I hate this game, and vice versa. For a moment I thought I was going to have to note down all the positions their bodies are in for solving some puzzle later. So something about Locrito can't be killed unless I reassemble the mask.
The tablet of knowledge, void of its precepts.
So I need to put the precepts back together. Maybe I do need to listen to that thing again. Sword of Truth.
Seek the tablet, regain the missing precepts that have vanished from the tablet of knowledge. Only the black abyss can vanquish it. Mortal Locrito cannot be slain. Within the inner center, regained, return to its all-champion eternal shall come. He shall free us. Is banished. All is darkness and evil. Locrito hath caused the
Okay, I think I got the gist of that. So I've got the tablet now. I need to find the precepts that were on it. Then I gain access to the inner sanctum, which allows me to get the final mask piece, and then I'm able to banish Locrito, who can't be killed, if I understood all that. So that section that we just did there was interesting for a few reasons. Or there's a few things worth saying about it. The first one is I noticed that they were using a lot of pan on the audio when we were having those people whisper to us. A lot of the audio was like just in the left ear or just in the right, or predominantly in the left or right ear. But wherever I moved in the room and wherever I turned Connor's head, it made no difference. So they weren't doing it based on the topology of the room. They'd obviously pre-recorded it, you know, in the file as having all that pan, left and right. I keep hearing something slithering around, but I can't see it. Which is kind of... I honestly found it confusing at first, because it just felt off. Like, I was walking around the room and I could tell there was something off about the audio, and it took me a while to figure out that that's what it was. There you are. Oh, where did there's the potion you dropped. The second thing is, the music was... Although I've turned down the music for this game... Sorry, the sound for this game, I meant to say, not the music. I've left the same balance as the game originally had. Am I even allowed to change the balance? Yeah, I've not touched... I could actually change the balance, I haven't. This is the balance that the game originally had. I probably turned the volume down from the system then. Either that or I decided that the volume was alright as it was. Yeah, it looks like the volume's actually unchanged. What was I thinking? So yeah, this is how the developers originally had the sound mixed. And the music was definitely drowning out quite a lot of those whispers. It was not easy to understand at all. The expectation was ultimately created by the experience. I'm not sure I follow you there. What does banish mean, Frosty? Alexu, to banish means to send someone or something away permanently, often as a punishment or to get rid of it. Precisely. I think there's precisely one room we haven't been in yet. Right, as soon as I step on this, another enemy's going to spawn, isn't it? There it is. I could just avoid stepping on things, but, I mean, we're leveling. It's handy for that reason. Excellent, excellent. Ooh! Glad I didn't miss that. Oh, we're about to level anyway. Possibly on this kill, possibly on the next one, but very soon. We're definitely leveling quickly. There we go. 47. Do you think 50 is the maximum? Or is there no maximum? But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we started tonight something like level 27, so we've gone up a lot.
The Tablet of Knowledge, void of its precepts.
So how do I find the precepts? Oh, maybe there are some other rooms we've not been in.
It is locked. There must be a key.
Was something attacking me? Oh, you. Don't appreciate that. These traps don't reset after a while, do they? Maybe, I don't, to be fair, when I came into this room originally, I don't think I'd got as far as figuring out that there were parts of the floor that looked different if you stepped on them, enemies spawned. So it's entirely plausible that some of these I haven't triggered. I probably wouldn't have realised enemies were spawning in and just thought, oh, there's some enemies in this room. Well then. I could have easily missed this. I was just trying to think of things I could interact with a view to acquiring these precepts. Oh, maybe I just need the tablet to go in here, and that's where I get the precepts from. That seems plausible. So I was just thinking, I've got this blank tablet, but how do I reacquire the precepts? Related to games, let's say people experience pizza and they expect pizza. It's not so easy to bring something new to the table. Oh yeah, absolutely. I do think that's the tragedy of this game. When I went into playing this game, I knew it had been received, really badly at the time. Like, it was considered a very bad entry in the King's Quest series. And when I first started playing this, I was thinking, I wonder if that's just because it's different. I wonder if the game itself isn't bad, it's just that everyone was expecting something much closer to the 7 games that had come before it. They come along doing something very different, and therefore expectations are dashed, and then people will say, oh, it's a terrible game. And I mean, you know, to be fair, the game series already would have had a fan base, and they obviously liked a particular thing. So it's not, if they're going to put the same brand name on this game, it's not unreasonable that many of them would have felt a little cheated if they bought the next installment and it wasn't like the other games. Plus, people that don't play the King's Quest games, if anything, would have been put off from buying and trying this game, because if they didn't recognise the series at all, then there's no brand recognition there to make them want to buy it. The game just has to sell itself on its own merits, like it's an original IP. And if they have heard of the IP of the series before, then they'd be thinking, "Oh yeah, I don't play that game because I don't like those types of games," not realizing that this one's a bit different, and therefore maybe something that they would enjoy. So there's all sorts of reasons why just suddenly changing up the series so late on was likely to be poorly received. And although, as I've said before, there are aspects of this game which I'm not a huge fan of, I think there's quite a lot of things they could have improved. The clunkiness of the movement and the combat especially, I think, could have been improved a great deal. I don't think it's a bad game. I genuinely don't. I think, if anything, it suffers a bit from mediocrity. Like, it's... among the sort of games that it is more like, you know, RPG games, it doesn't really stand out in any respect other than by the puzzles. Like, it's like solid, it's well polished, you can tell the people that developed this game really cared, there's a lot of attention to detail. It's just, it doesn't stand out, in my opinion, as a RPG. And we didn't, and I mean, you know, the puzzles are alright. The puzzle aspect, the thing that it did inherit from the previous King's Quest games, it does moderately well. Perhaps not quite as good as some of the earlier installments, but, you know, that's probably the highlight of the game. But I mean, they could have done that and just kept it. They could have done the same thing but had it as a point and click, and then they would have been. It would have probably worked better, you know? I'm not saying you couldn't have done what they're trying to do better than they did, and therefore made a better game that is an RPG puzzle hybrid. I think absolutely you could have done. It's just that's not what we have. We have a very very competent but mediocre RPG mixed with a good but not excellent puzzle game. That's what it feels like.
Behold the Hall of Truth. Have faith, O champion. In trust is truth.
Is that one of the precepts? In trust is truth? One finds the save game interface quite elegant. It speaks to the thoughtful design of these cerebral experiences, ensuring our diligent efforts are not lost. I think Frosty is mocking you a bit for that extreme usage of the constant load and save. I don't think Frosty is capable of doing that, but I know what you mean. I have, as you know well though, with the emulator breaking aside from the fact that I could die anytime. Okay. Combine that with the fact that the emulator likes to break every hour or so and I have to restart it. As you know, I do have to constantly save and load. That's another thing they could have improved about it. This game, in my opinion. Have a quick save and a quick load that's actually quick. That would be tremendous.
God.
Well, you're not attacking me. If you're not attacking me, I'm not going to attack you. I have no reason to. Here's the question. Is there an invisible floor there? Yes.
It disappeared.
Right, so I had a choice between two swords which weren't swords, and there's a demon in here. Is this the real sword?
Oh, what is this? I bear the key of truth.
Okay. I like the fact that the bit of the floor that you can walk across, which was invisible until now, resembles the floor in the room that you can see. Now, where was the door that I needed the key for? That was up here, wasn't it? Meaning that a player could figure out by analogy where it was safe to stand from the other area. Okay. Is this a new... Wait, we don't have shields in this game. Like, not as a combat item. So what am I to make of this shield?
Truth is mighty and shall prevail.
Okay. Looks like I have a... Oh my goodness, look at the damage that sword does. That's getting on for double what we had before.
The tablet of knowledge with the precept of truth.
Okay. Is there only one precept of truth? Not a very good precept, is it? Truth is mighty and shall prevail, I think they said. I was expecting a little more. Yeah, something a little more profound. Oh well. Let's keep going. finding healing items I accidentally left behind. I'm half tempted.
What is the power of truth?
Truth is mighty and shall prevail.
Wonderful. I think I might walk through this place one last time to find all the bits I missed, the stuff that's in the walls. What happens to the old swords? So, when we started the game, the old swords were just left on the ground where the new swords had been. But recently I've noticed the old swords just disappearing. I can't open that one. So that legendary flame sword has just been abandoned, it would seem. Well, I was the one that decided it was probably legendary, but it seemed like it was probably a sword that was legendary. I wish I'd had a better eye for where all those hidden things were the first time round. Oh, are you not going to open? Oh, maybe they're not. Maybe they don't. Oh, that one concealed something. Because I probably am going to miss at least one of these. Did you interact with the candles? I have not, no. They don't seem to do anything, but you're right, it's possible that in a particular area they do something. Oh, this is right at the beginning again.
I am not near anything to climb.
You most certainly are. I may as well check up right at the top now. Because I don't remember if there was a one of those symbols on the wall up here or not. Looks like the answer is no. There was not. That must have been difficult to animate at the time. I wonder how they did that. Because you could see how the rolled up rope was literally just like one block with a texture that showed rolled up rope. And I doubt that they actually showed it unfurling properly. They probably used some sort of... It probably just swapped from being like one block to being something else. In like one frame. But I do wonder the details of how they pulled that off. Maybe the rope didn't actually unfurl but got longer? I don't know. Oh, here we go. I was heading towards the next area, incidentally. I'd given up on searching for additional potions. I found all the easy ones. And I did find a few. It's not like that wasn't worth doing at all. Was motion capture a thing at the time? No. They could do green screen. So they could film real life actors and then get rid of the background. And they could, if they were really keen, they could do rotoscoping, where you take individual frames and draw over them. So, I mean, if they really wanted to do a good job, they could like film real actors and then draw cartoon characters over the top of them, using the actors' bodies as a reference, frame by frame. It would take a long time, but they could. But they didn't have motion capture, so far as I'm aware. I mean, the technology just wasn't there. I don't remember which was the most recent save. I'm gonna have to load all three of them and see. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream. Thank you. Stay tuned. Which iconic leader used non-violent civil disobedience to lead India to independence from British rule? Find out when the ads end in about 3 minutes. They're talking about Mahatma Gandhi. They being Frosty. So, okay, so 40, 63, 14, 10. The shield was in the picture when you started the game, but no items. Hold on. (40, 65, 15, 12, 16. And we're level 48. So I think this must have been our most recent save. Which shield, sorry? Are you talking about the mask? Because that's not a shield, that's supposed to be a mask that goes over the face. And yes, I think we had... No, we had a mask piece.
Permanent spell.
The mask piece shows up... The mask pieces show up here in total, but also individually as individual items in the inventory, suggesting that at some point I'm going to have a puzzle where I actually have to reassemble it, probably. But yes, I think when we started the game, we just had that in our inventory, and that was all. Yep, load a new region. So we're climbing our way up. Is there a clue in the manual as to how many levels of this there are? No, it doesn't tell me how many levels. It's just that the combat is a particularly weak point in this game, and I'm not particularly infused by the idea of just fighting my way through multiple levels like that. Loading Realm of the Sun level 2. I can't help but wonder if we're... Why did they bother forcing us to have the... Oops. Forcing us to have the frost crossbow if we've not used it. Are we going to use it this time? I mean, they've forced us to have the fire sword, and yet it's immediately been replaced. It was Mahatma Gandhi who championed the non-violent movement that ultimately led to India's independence from British colonial rule. When you open the application, an image shows first in the centre of the screen. That is where I saw the shield. I'd have to check. I thought that was a mask. These things are very tanky. Uh-oh. Potion of Revelation. Or revealing. Wasn't expecting that. Oh, that wasn't so easy, was it? That was a bit of a tough fight. Oh, is this area shorter than the previous one?
Alas, 'tis locked.
Because it's a pyramid, each level gets smaller. Okay, I'm not so annoyed then. If each area is going to be smaller than the last, that might actually lead to some quite nice pacing, especially if each area has some difficult puzzles. Oh, hello there. Leveled. I thought that was a crown for a second. But it's not, it's just the broken base of the vase I smashed. I wonder what the final fight with Locrito is going to be like. Oh, I never bothered to check if Windows 98 had compatibility settings, did I? I don't think it does. Because there's not much for it to be compatible with. 95, Windows 3.1, Windows 3, Windows 2. And it probably automatically had compatibility with all of those, I would have thought. Without having to do anything specific.
How gainest thou the light?
I shall seek the answer.
You're dead meat!
Oh, you put my weapon away. They put my weapon away for the cutscene. It's really annoying that that happens. It's really annoying that that happens in a combat-intensive area. Like, if this wasn't mostly a combat gauntlet, that it wouldn't be a problem. I just can't help but think this game could have been so much better if they hadn't leaned into some of its weakest points. It has some absolutely wonderful things about it. Certainly being generous with the potions now, aren't they? Which is nice. And we've leveled. We've reached level 50. And there's no indication that we've reached any sort of max level. I think we can keep going. Is that a huge cauldron? Yes. Do I jump into the cauldron, or is that an awful idea? Oh, suddenly triggered a cutscene that didn't trigger at first.
Egad! The vision in the witch's cauldron! That foul cauldron creates these nasty devils.
No advantage to being in it. Good callback to the Witch's Cauldron. I didn't make the link at the time. I was expecting the enemy that spawned to be here. That's a shame. That would have been a nice attention to detail. I feel like I should be putting a stop to what that cauldron's doing, but I don't know how. So I guess that partially answers that question I raised earlier. Are these the natural guardians of this place, or are these creatures that Locrito's creating? At least partially, they're being created. I don't know that every creature here is.
Lo, champion, the Hall of Light. Thou shalt not walk in darkness, but shalt have the light of knowledge.
Thank you. Interesting. I'm not complaining, but I would say for someone that bought this game for a puzzle game, we haven't had much puzzling up till now in this section of the game. As in, nothing that would really challenge them, I don't think.
I cannot read it. 'Tis too dark here. This will not work.
So you have a shield equipped just like the picture. I don't think I do. I have armor, I have a sword, and I have a bow. A crossbow in this case. Perhaps we come back here after we've acquired some other item. Or perhaps not. Perhaps I'm just not smart enough to figure it out yet. A lot of shield potions all of a sudden. I wonder if the highest level potion is actually the healing potion, I mean, as opposed to any other type of potion. I wonder if it is actually
There must be a key.
a full heal.
Alas, 'tis locked.
Alright, 2 locked doors. Fairly close to each other. That's the way forwards. That's the way we came, I think. I should double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's the way we came. The cutscene shows a shield. Oh, hang on. You're right, I do have a shield. Yep, you're absolutely right. I'm a moron. Thank you. Yep, that is definitely the way we came. So I do have a shield. Yeah, obviously I picked that up when I picked up the sword. I mean, we did see the shield there, and I said that's strange because we can't usually equip a shield, but I suppose that's what's supposed to be depicted there in the background. You were right. I don't know what good it actually does us, because I don't think there's a way to block in this game that I'm aware of.
Gainest thou the light?
I shall seek the answer.
Maybe this is actually the first challenging puzzle of this section. I was just saying about how it seemed like there weren't so many challenging puzzles here. Maybe this is it. Right, can I disrupt this cauldron somehow? Freeze it? No? I don't rightly know.
This will not work. Extraordinary. 'Tis really a sacred well.
Excellent. That worked well. No pun intended. Did I keep the medallion? No, I think it got used up. That's okay, it served its purpose. So was that necessary? Or was that entirely optional? Ah, can I just push this into the light? Now I'm seeing this more clearly. Doesn't look like it. Yes. Again, I don't think this is a puzzle that would particularly challenge many. I know I didn't get it immediately, but that doesn't tell you much.
The key to enlightenment is knowledge.
Boom, key. Or not? Oh, yes.
By my faith, another key.
Jolly good. Just filling in a bit of the map because it was annoying me that that corner wasn't there. Oh, the other corner. Right. So that was the way forwards. I think. So those two are not. So what are they? And can I go in both? Blimey.
A mind enlightened gains the light of life.
Second precept, so there's going to be one more level after this and then probably the final boss fight. And notice that the armor still hasn't taken us up to 100%. Well, I assume it's a percentage. It might not be a percentage. But that's interesting because obviously with our previous armor, when we went up to
Alas, 'tis locked.
I'm not going to be able to go in there then. I want to go in there. What was I thinking? With our previous armor, when we drank a shield potion, we already went up to 100, which seems to be the max. And since we're presumably going to be doing the boss fight using up all our shield potions, this armor's probably not going to make any difference.
Alas,
Might mean we take less damage getting there though, and therefore need to use less healing potions getting there. I want to know how I get in there. Or indeed if I can. Yeah, level 1, 2, 3, 4, so it looks like my guesswork was correct. How to get into the locked door? You must find a key. But what about the other locked door? How do I open the door without a keyhole? Oh, that one doesn't have a keyhole then. There must be some other way. Explore the entire level for something that looks abnormal. Pay special attention to the candles. Okay. So, a candle that gets pulled on, I suppose? I am tempted to just keep looking it up because I think it's clear I could find it if I spent enough time doing it. I'm more time conscious though, like why bother wasting our time doing that? Find a candle that is unlit. Alright. It now looks exactly like the small picture from the start of the game. Ooh! Well observed, if so. I don't remember the small picture.
How gainest thou the
Okay, I'm gonna look up another hint. Oh no, wait, I'm not gonna be forced through here, that's okay. Of course I'm not, I have to use the thingamabob on it. Ah, there it is. The tablet.
gainest thou the light?
Actually, this is probably the fastest way back. I mean, to be fair, that is a puzzle that in theory I could have taken my time to solve. And I was saying about there not being any difficult puzzles here. And then I just hinted my way through it. But this is also optional stuff so far as I can tell. And I don't think at this point in the game you want me spending 3/4 of an hour just trying to figure out how I...
The final mask piece.
Oh, it's not optional. My mistake. Oh well. Apologies. I probably should have tried harder to do that.
No opponent.
Excellent, excellent. So we now have the entire mask. Yeah, okay, I feel a bit bad about that. That was the only really slightly trickier puzzle we've come across yet, and I just hinted my way through it.
A mind enlightened gains the light of life.
Oh, light, hence the association with candles, I see. So is this going to, I just noticed they use different, I know they used a green bar for the copying files and a red one for the loading. I didn't notice they used blue for removing. All the, they've colour-coded all their loading bars. Well, they're doing stuff bars. What was I thinking? I wonder if this is going to continue the theme of, as we make our way up, each of the areas becomes smaller. No. This actually looks quite a lot bigger. Why did that one not want to break? Oh, it is different. I guess it's made of a different material. No enemies yet. Unless you count the phasers. What is that breathing noise? Starting to get more palatial as well, isn't it? No turns yet either. It's all been, well, there was one option there. Is this going to form a great big ring around a central area or something?
Speak thou of order.
I know not how, yet.
Speak thou of order.
I know not how, yet.
Oops. Oh. It's not worth going back to save those healing items. I need to think earlier on it would have been though, such as when we were going through the realm of the dead. Yeah, if this is all actually just one giant ring, then it's going to seem a lot smaller even if it isn't. Oh. 1335 appears to be the max for weapon damage. Oh. O'clock. Connor's come a long way since he vowed to save Sarah, hasn't he? I assume she's going to come up again at the end.
It's locked. There must be a key.
Nearly leveled again. Just chucking levels at us. Chucking potions at us, chucking levels at us, giving us equipment that... Oh, I guess we're due our new ranged weapon this level. Assuming there is one. Just throwing equipment at us that is vastly superior to anything we had before. I wonder if we're going to be expected to give all this back at the end of the game.
Alas, 'tis locked.
Behold the Hall of Order, O champion. He who does not correct small faults shalt not control great ones.
Interesting. I think I'll finish filling in the map this way and breaking those vases before we continue. Can't have them having any fine art in this place, can we? If they wanted fine art, they shouldn't have allowed an evil member of their order to take charge. That's how Connor sees it, anyway. Right, Hall of Order, then to the locked room, then to the door. Let's keep going.
I must discern the proper order.
I mean, that's just the mask, isn't it? How do I change the order? I didn't know that the bow had a slight produced a slight bit of light. Ah, I see. It's one of those puzzles. How far can I push it out of the central bit? That obviously goes in the center. That one. Doesn't want to go anymore over there. I'm not entirely clear on the range of movement is the only thing. On one hand, I wonder if putting the central piece in first is going to be setting myself up for failure later, but on the other hand, in the sense that then I wouldn't want to move it at all and it would just be sitting there in the center. But on the other hand, it's hard to imagine how I'd get it into place unless I had everything else. If everything else was in place, it's not clear how I'd get the central bit there, if you see what I mean. Right, that's ready to be slid into place. That probably goes there. Where does that piece go? You go over this side, don't you? By the looks of things. Can I push this any further over here? I can, good. Although it's not actually quite optimal. Now I look at it. Maybe I'd have been better off pushing it this way, like so. Looks like it. Now this goes down here. This one also... This one wants to be on the central row. Good. Let we move this one out of the way. One thing I can't tell is how much, to what extent does it matter the order I do things in? Is it quite constraining? Do I have to do things exactly so, or I have to mess the whole thing up to fix it, if you see what I mean? Not what I meant. Or do I actually have a lot of freedom? No. One thing I'm wondering is, since I seem to be moving, since the original piece seems to be on a 3x3 grid, but I'm moving it within a 5x5 grid, does that mean that I can just rotate pieces around the outside like a ring as much as I like until they're in position? No. That's also not what I meant, but that doesn't cause as much trouble. I think possibly the answer to that is yes. And then I can just push... Now I've got the central piece in place, I think as I say, I can just move them around the outside, and every time a piece ends up in the correct position, I just push it in. Yeah, I think the way they've designed it actually does guarantee that you have a huge amount of freedom. Like, for example, that piece is now in place, so I just push it in. And as for the other pieces, they just keep going round. They keep going round the outer ring around the central piece that I'm trying to complete. there's probably solutions that require less moves. In fact, I'm sure there are. And if it isn't randomized at the start, I don't know if it is. It could be that it may be hard-coded to be a certain way at the start, or it may be randomized. No. That's actually caused a problem. So I think it's pushed two pieces together that weren't supposed to be pushed together now, and I don't know how I'm going to separate them. Oh, I think I see how I separate them. I just push this down by one. Then I can push this one out. Then I push it back the way it was supposed to be. Yeah, if it's hard-coded is what I was saying, then the speedrunners probably just know the exact way you're supposed to move all the tiles. Assuming people speedrun this game. Right, we now have another piece that can be slid into position. Wonderful. And I think there's only two pieces left that need to be positioned at all. That's interesting. The game won't multi-slide, as it were. I have to take my finger off the forwards button and put it back down. If I keep walking forwards now, it doesn't do it. Oh, it does. That's interesting. Is there a... I think there's a cooldown timer. It doesn't like to do it too soon after I did it before, I think. Or maybe it's just the game's general clunkiness that I'm observing. It could be that. Just not registering when it should. Well, as you can see, we've pretty much done it. Just this one piece left. So yet another important item in the game world, which bears the same mask artwork, trying to impress upon the player how very, very important the Mask of Eternity is. There we go. Done it. I see, and there's no like key that's just appeared. I go into the other room for that. Oh, and we leveled again. 54. I assume, unless there's some sort of bug in the game that lets you get infinite levels that I never found, I must be pretty close to, if not on the like theoretical level maximum. In the sense that I'm pretty sure we killed every single enemy in the game that was killable, other than a few of the Griffs, and they didn't seem to drop XP. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. As you can see, zooming out makes the buggy display a lot worse. That'll do. But unfortunately, the zoom in and out buttons also don't seem to work well. Yeah, what you actually do is you hold down right click and you do up or down on the mouse, with the mouse, like dragging the mouse around. But it seems unreliable. It doesn't always... It doesn't like to do it. I don't know if that's a bug in the emulation or a bug in the game.
Order is unity, and therefore perfect harmony.
What's that? I'm starting... I just had a thought. This tablet, is that supposed to be reminiscent of the tablet Moses received with the Ten Commandments, thematically speaking? Also, what do I do with this Holy Grail?
I carry the Chalice of Order.
Speak thou of order.
Order is unity and therefore perfect harmony.
There we go. Next area. Yep, let's go. No idea what I do with the with that chalice. So this is presumably leading up to the final boss fight. I just had a thought. I don't think I can use the potions of revealing. I don't think I have access to a teleportation thingy to go back to earlier areas in the game. I think I'm locked in. I didn't even leave us. Don't even have a save from earlier in the game. I don't think I can do it.
Lo, Champion Eternal, the door to the inner sanctum of the mask.
So here comes the final boss fight, I assume.
Finally we meet, mortal. I must commend thee. Thou hast proven more stalwart than I thought. It will be a shame to see one such as thee die.
I have no intention of dying, Lucreto.
How do you know his name? You've never told it, were you? Or if you... I don't think you've told it since the point in the game where you said you don't know it. Now, we were told explicitly that that we couldn't kill him through combat. We were told that both recently from those whispers and also earlier in the game, possibly in the manual. Ow. Suboptimal. So it seems to me the general idea is to put the mask on the altar. And of course, that's when the emulator would break. This is fine. I am a bit annoyed about the fact that I'm not going to get to go back and use the potions of revealing at all. We are still playing. The emulator has troubles. I have to restart it every now and again. Welcome back, Pikachu. We're right at the end of the game. Final boss fight. Copying files to hard drive. So we're confronting Locrito. And I was just explaining that we were told both recently and I think in the manual that you can't kill him directly. It's going to be an issue. It's going to be a puzzle. A matter of puzzles. Oh. Okay, if I use a potion, it cancels out whatever I was about to do. Oh, it is actually ticking down my potion while... Well, that wasn't very nice. Yeah, that does nothing. Can I just get back up there? Okay, I don't know what it was that triggered him to disappear, or why he'd let this happen when he knows we know to assemble the mask. I also noticed that even though we had 100% armor, we lost half our health. We never did find out what was going on with that pyramid, did we? Okay, it is beating him that seems to make him go away. Okay. Yeah, so even when I had 100 armor, we still lost half our health when Locrito attacked as part of the cutscene, like we did there. So that seems to be scripted. I don't know what we'd do if we didn't have the healing items to keep bringing our health back up. Look at the leveling. What's the point in leveling at this point? I suppose in theory it could save me some potions. We were expecting him, but he didn't turn up. That's odd. Can't he just sever it, shatter it again like he did the first time?
Ah, the mask. It will not shield thee, puny cur.
And so you think?
Thou wilt not get away with this!
Do we have to knock them in? Push mechanic? Or attack? There we go. It's like the skeleton warrior on top of that tower. Problem solved. Blimey. Oh, there's King Graham and one of his advisors. There's Sarah. Is that where we are at the temple? It must be. He lost his helmet there. Blimey, so that was King's Quest VIII Mask of Eternity. Designer-writer Roberta Williams. Interesting, because someone had told me previously that the reason why this King's Quest VIII wasn't marketed as King's Quest VIII, they just called it King's Quest Mask of Eternity, was because Roberta Williams was so disappointed with how the game came out that she didn't want to she didn't want it marketed as a sequel to the other games. But I'm not convinced by that, because then why would she have her name first and foremost in the credits? That doesn't really figure. Voice directing and casting, Roberta Williams. I looked away for a moment and now it's over. It is over, Pikachu. Lakrito has been defeated. I also don't think it's that bad of a game. It was definitely a departure from the other games in the series, but it's definitely not, in my opinion, the worst in the series. It isn't as bad as King's Quest III, for example, with its awful time limits. Beta testers. Wait, what? That's a lot of possible points. So I clearly missed some stuff that we could have done. The Dark Pyramid being one of them. I never figured out about that, or how to use the Potions of Revealing. Blimey, so that's the game. Oh, it is a shame that all my saves are so late on that I can't go back and see the stuff that I missed. I'd have needed a save back in the snow place. And if I'd, which wasn't that long ago. That was only like an hour ago, this stream. But it's gone now because they've all been overwritten. I'd have to start the game again if I wanted to see that content, the stuff I missed. That's disappointing. I didn't realise I'd be locked in. Am I definitely locked in? Let's confirm that quickly. I have no idea which was my most recent save, but I don't suppose it matters. I probably won't do the stuff I missed on stream, or certainly not now. Because I'd have to look up how to do all of... I don't know. Now, looking at the time, I probably shouldn't. I probably should be responsible. But then when would I get round to it? Let's see if I can even access it. So the question is, can I get out of here to an earlier part of the game? Okay, we've already grabbed that, clearly. But yeah, I enjoyed King's Quest VIII. I do think it's a bit rough around the edges. A lot of those problems probably relate to the fact that this was innovative for its time. I mean, it wasn't exactly the first of its kind or anything. Although I am hard-pressed to think of earlier RPGs with a over-the-shoulder interface. I mean, the obvious analogy I'd think of would be like Morrowind, but that hadn't come out yet. And Daggerfall was all sprite-based, but it was 3D. But yeah, early 3D, of course, 3D being new at that time, they didn't do the best of job. Some of that could be chalked up to lack of experience, you know, because it was new for the industry for everything to move over to 3D. But at the same time, I just can't help but think, but you could do better, and they must have realised it was clunky. How could they not? I mean, look at like Quake 1, that had come out already, hadn't it? That was 1996, 2 years earlier. That felt a lot more fluid than this. But yeah, despite its troubles, I do think it's a... Oh, have we just gone into an ad break? Oh, we have. Despite its troubles, I do think there's a lot to like about this game. I do think there's a lot of polish. It's certainly one of the most memorable King's Quest games, perhaps greatly because it stands out in playstyle. Like if I had played 7 games that were broadly speaking RPG, puzzle, 3D RPG, puzzle, games, then I suppose this one would seem to blur into the others. Story was very, very weak. But then again, story's never been the strong point of the King's Quest series. So it's not like it stands out in that regard. It's down here, isn't it? Question is, can I go back this way? This is the one I'm not sure about. No. So that confirms it then. We're, as soon as I teleported here, I was locked in. And I probably should have realised that, and I probably should have kept a save from before we got here. But I didn't. So, yeah, to sum up, I mean, I've spoken so much about this game already that I don't think I really have anything more to add. Good game. Definitely has some very rough points. They probably should have done a better job than they did, but they didn't. I think it would be very unfair to call it a I think it would be very unfair to call it a bad entry into the series. It's just a very different entry. So, let's wrap up. Next stream's going to be tomorrow from 6:30 GMT. That's going to be some Deep Rock Galactic with Bex, also known by her Twitch name Pun Cozy. That's PUNKOSY _. So yeah, then Monday's going to be more Elden Ring. Then presumably Wednesday's going to be the King's Quest reboot, assuming that I manage to get that and get it working. So yeah, and then Friday more Elden Ring. That's the plan. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you for everyone that kept me company in chat. And thank you to everybody that lurked. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate just your general support. It's incredibly kind. You're the reason that I do this. And let's go raid Tofu Rabbit. Have a wonderful night, everyone.